Daniel's here. Correctivity, and thereby homeostasis for European genus and species, autonomy and sovereignty. Okay then, in this show I wanted to reflect on, apply correctivity to a few of the podcasts around discussing theory of nationalism and then branching off into how that applies to the situation in Ukraine. We'll be I don't know where Mirth Baron is, but might be talking to Mirth Baron later. And next week, Per Norden, our Swedish nationalist friend, will be joining us, whether through a pre-recording or a live stream. And so we're looking forward to things picking up. Mirth says that Dangerfield is talking about the French elections. Well, that's all right, because I'm not going to talk about it. So, for those who might be following that, I don't. I mean, France in particular is a situation where I don't have a lot of hope for conventional politics. They're so muddled up in bureaucratic insanity and laws. I mean, they have a law there. You can't even they can't even register native French by consensus. It's really insane. It's if ever there was a situation that requires the kind of approach that we're using here, which is to say unionization and nation building as such, aside from standard political means. France would be one place to do it, and on behalf of the French, for their species to survive. And I do like them very much. I mean, I know it's almost a cliche for people to dislike the French, to Americans and English. I don't. I found that when I went there, I didn't find them to be that bad at all. There was a few that were grumpy, but it was kind of amusing. Other than that, I really didn't find them to be so disagreeable. I had one bad experience with a trucker. He would not let me get around him for several kilometers. He would actually move his truck out in my way. Okay, anyway. Yeah, Dangerfield. Well, I can't relate to his stories of all the women that he's gone through. I find it rather disgusting, and the way at one time anyway, daughter of Albion would just be all cool with that. I don't get it. It's supposed to be a conservative woman. I mean, I don't hate him. I don't dislike him, but I don't exactly think that he's the best example for a nationalist. Mirth says that he's broken up with his Thai wife. Well, okay. I don't, though he is erudite and well spoken, I don't. Um, he's not. He's not presenting postmodernity as it's supposed to be, um, as a facilitator of national homeostasis against the throngs of modernity and weaponized modernity. Okay, then. In case you're wondering, the image of my avatar for this show, that is a retooling of Maslow's hierarchy. Placing socialization as the most fundamental level, and socialization requires group delimitation. Unionization, by analogy, national unionization. And a contextualization, ultimately, as such. In other words, your individual actualization does not transcend it, or should not try to transcend it. But it's contextualized by it. And I mean, after all, if you're pursuing self-actualization, you've got to have people that you're doing it for, and people who care and reciprocate, people who care about your history and your legacy. Okay, again, I want to come back. I'll come back to that, but let's see. I wanted to comment on some discussions that Greg Johnson was having. One was an article, and one was his debate with E. Michael Jones. I wanted to talk about a bit about Keith Wood's discussion of Alexander Dugin. And then Colin Liddell posted an old article of his, which is quite insightful about, in a way, critical of Russia, but having the important limitations that a Colin Liddell article would have, namely, of course, that he is more than gingerly with the kosher folks. He goes out of his way to absolve them, as if you can have an accurate understanding of what's going on without being critical of them. And the problem, of course, with Colin Liddell is that he immediately goes to a false either or. If you are critical of the kosher folks, if you recognize them as a different people with a different set of interests, as a pattern, as a biological pattern, and as historical narrative, top-down structure, applying their rules and their language games. That if you recognize that and you're critical of it and you recognize them as important, um, an important view in antagonism to our own interests, that you are and you hypothesize that you are a Nazi, or that you intend them harm, or that you are some sort of you're somehow obsessed, and these things are not true. And intelligent though Colin is, these things, it's hard not to say it is dishonest on his part, although he might just be just badly mistaken. Delimit, to fix or mark the limits or boundaries, or demarcate. Yeah, yes, that's right. Delimitation is a very useful word, useful term in terms of what socialization requires. And socialization is what lifts us above our animal nature, and brings us into a more human relation to one another. Provides, as I've been saying, structures accountability. To our past and to our future. The concept of unionization, which clearly is part of what our enemies don't want us to have, and what they've red caped with this whole campaign, and having everybody argue against the left as the great demon. They don't want us to see the depth grammar which we should be deploying in our interest, which is unionization, coalition building, social organization, and social advocacy. These are the ideas that underride the left, and they allow for. They make us, in effect, the good guys. We become the social justice warriors. We become the one who are compassionate. We can be compassionate because we're secure, knowing that our kind are looked after. We don't have to be all that acute in our vigilance. Okay. I don't know if it's the only problem, but one of the problems with unionization is that it can be too powerful, and that is why, of course, our enemies and rogues have been keen to take control over the concept. Now, of course, most people apply the idea of unionization to industry in particular, of particular kinds, and particular kinds of workers. And that's problematic because a particular kind of work can become obsolete, unproductive. You can protect overprotect particular workers who are incompetent. Um, Now, when it comes to a kind of business that is not something that needs to be tolerated quite so much, if you have, whereas if the union is about your family or your extended family, that is your nation, well, then you have to suck it up and say, well, we have some people. This is our family, and some of our family are not up to the mark. Uh, but you can sort of put them aside and find something. They don't have to be in the union of a particular industry or line of work that requires great skill. So you can just, push them off somewhere to the side. Uh, Now, talking about how this concept has been exploited and taken over by the red-caped left, the Marxists, someone like Scargill, back in the day. He was a Marxist who, in charge of the coal miners unions in England, and was particularly abusive of the power of this concept. Uh, Insisting, for example, that two mines be kept open that were unproductive and dangerous to the miners. And this abuse of the concept, and of course he wouldn't be. I doubt that Scargill was, looking after the native English either. This set him up for, a vilification of the concept of unionization. And there were car unions too that were making ridiculously eclectic cars in England at the time. But it made Thatcher and her objectivism, her Austrian school nonsense, seem like it was, an answer by contrast, and which is a problem of itself. But it's, the point that I'll make is that unions are powerful and can almost be too powerful. That doesn't, but they are powerful, and they're exactly what the concept should be applied to ethno-nationalism. Then how to work out productive industry and competence. Well, I'm satisfied that our European stock, genus and species, will handle that just fine. The concern, my greatest concern in excluding other people's and binding us to our own in accountability is that we do not that the reactionaries are not healed enough, and we are not functioning with enough compassion and decency. That is to say, when you throw off the abuse and the craziness of the others, that's not to say that we don't have enough craziness and abuse still among our European peoples. Well, I think that Thatcher should be held in ill repute, in my opinion. What I know of her, which isn't, well, I mean, I haven't made a great study of her, but you know, I know that she was discovered by the political class reading Hayek, and that which is, you know, Austrian school stuff and all about the magic hand, and you know, we know the kinds that are actually behind the magic hand, and someone like Colin Liddell would be right in that they're not all kosher, but they would be right wingers short on accountability, or neoliberals and liberals, right? And short of accountability to our peoples, and then there's the people that Colin Liddell insists are have no major part, which would be the kosher folks. Okay, but Colin Liddell does make the point that Putin is not necessarily the great chess master, because if he was, attacking Ukraine would not be his move. By doing that, he is bringing together the Western peoples in a way that they would not otherwise join in force. And whereas he could have exploited fissures there and in the Middle East if he had, and would have done better to exploit fissures in the Middle East. But he can't, because he's too reliant, he's too determined to have Ukraine and Turkey on his side, and Turkey is at odds with Syria, whereas he could have made opposing the likes of Middle Eastern radicals his cause, instead of like ISIS, instead of opposing the Kurds. In fact, it would be no exaggeration to say that Putin doesn't have a Middle Eastern policy, only a Middle Eastern adjunct in his Ukrainian policy. For Putin, Turkey is an important potential ally and counterweight to the West. This is something that the Eurasianists like Alexander Dugin have talked about, suggesting that Putin is closely following Eurasianist theory. Turkey is, of course, a traditional rival of Syria and the tacit supporter of ISIS, so this cuts directly across the much more promising Russia, Syria, Iraq, Iranian axis. Putin's recent move suggests that he is no longer the Bismarck of the 21st century, if he ever was, nor is he a geopolitical judo master skillfully using the bulk of his opponents against them. Instead, he seems to be a pedantic politician, emotionally driven, with fixed ideas and a naive faith in crudely revanchist Eurasian doctrine that is guaranteed to bolster the architecture of his own inferiority. Okay. I like the way he uses it, the Putin's judoism against. Now, what did I want to say? Praise of Folly, Todd Lewis was talking to a guy named Caleb Maupin. Hi, Amanda. Good to see you there. Did I read the information about the Holy Jerusalem project planned for Ukraine? I looked through it and got the gist of it. I have to go back over it, but I did watch it. Not as carefully as I might have yet, but I got the idea that there is a plan among some of the kosher folks to sort of take part of what was Khazaria, and that actually makes perfect sense. They're all over the place in Ukraine when it's there. They're in the presidency. It's just as I said, it's clear that it's part of. It's part of Operation Clean Break to secure the realm around Israel, and that part that you speak of, the Holy Jerusalem, would be under the auspices of that's coming from the Russian side. Obviously, they're functioning on both sides, which brings me to things that Greg Johnson was saying, and I think is getting quite wrong. Greg Johnson is saying that he was debating E. Michael Jones and commenting subsequently, saying that E. Michael Jones, like the Russians, want to recast this and misrepresent the conflict as a conflict between Russia and the degenerate and imperialist West, headed by America, as opposed, and it's our government, as opposed to what Colin Liddell would, Greg Johnson was saying, is the ethno-nationalist cause of Ukraine. And he suggests, surprisingly, that nationalists ought to pretty much shrug off the fact that there is a kosher president in Ukraine, Zelensky, and that strong influence, because there's also strong kosher influence on the Russian side. Well, that's and therefore, what Greg Johnson says is that nationalists ought to support, just because there's kosher folks on the Russian side too, that this is a war of Russian imperialism against ethno-nationalism. Well, that's to cast the situation improperly. And Greg Johnson literally calls upon the Ukrainians to adhere to Zelensky's call to battle, to fight, and to continue to fight the Russians in a hot war, which is insane. And Greg Johnson literally said that the Russians are going to have to be bled more before they finally come to the table with a more fair negotiation. And this is that's irresponsible. The Ukrainians never should have fought this way from the start, and they should stop trying to fight this way now. Those people, men and women too, I guess, who are willing to fight and to lay down their lives are exactly the kind of people that you want to preserve to fight in a different way, rather than in a way that's going to lead to so many deaths and so much destruction. So there's all the more reason not to leave the concerns of ethno-nationalism in the hands of someone like Greg Johnson alone, because he is quite capable of errors in judgment, and I'm satisfied that is a doozy. Amanda says I feel sorry for the common Ukrainians and Russians being used as cannon fodder. Yeah, definitely. War is a blank harvest, as TT used to say, and that remains true. That is something that those people who think that they're wise to the question ought to take to heart, that statement. Now, Praise of Folly was interested. Todd Lewis was interviewing this guy, Caleb Maupin, who was talking about something called BreadTube, which I really didn't know existed, but that's like a kind of apparently a rubric under which these wacky people, I'm going to call liberals, they'll call them leftists, but I'll call them liberals, like that transvestite guy. And I don't know, just a lot of opponents of the, mainstream opponents of the liberal opponents of the alt-right and the dissident right are being fed. They're being fed propaganda and information by government sources, and encouraged to advocate the Ukrainian war cause in war. And there someone like this guy Caleb Maupin, he's drawing a false dichotomy between saying that people who you're either sympathetic to the Russians, as he is, much more than he should be, or you are the Russian to Putin. I don't want to blame the Russian. Let's put it on Putin's shoulder. It's where it belongs, really. you're sympathetic to Putin's reaction, or you are sympathetic to those who would care to take him on in conventional militaristic form, and that's misleading of itself. Um, Putin, it said, somehow had to do this. Uh, I haven't been persuaded by any arguments that I've seen. I could understand his going into those eastern provinces and forming a garrison there. All right, I think that the world would have accepted that under the circumstances, and that um, the West, in a sense, in as much as it had gotten behind these kind of neo Nazis, these over the top neo Nazi sorts who were said to be the ones who are doing the fighting in the eastern provinces. There, the West would be at fault, overcompensating, and with the theory that if you don't, I guess, that if you don't stop them there, that they'll just keep expanding. Well, um, I can't agree that that's the way to that's the way to stop the expansion. And but on the other hand, in defense of Ukraine, again, uh, they weren't attacking Russians just because they're Russians, because there's Russians all over the place in Ukraine. They would attack them elsewhere if that was sheerly the thing. Uh, and Kharkov is mostly a Russian city. They weren't attacking Russians there. Uh, I don't give Putin an excuse for this, and I remain surprised at how much defense that he's getting from these right wingers. Um, yeah, it probably stems from well, kind of understandable disillusionment with America. Yeah, but it should be clear to you by now that the Russian Federation is not the answer. Um, some are blaming the Azovs and other Ukrainian fighters for stationing themselves in apartment buildings and hospitals, and so and therefore uh, in schools and whatnot. Therefore, the Russians had to bomb the hell out of these places. Well, this is nonsense. I mean, if you're really, as Putin says, see these people, as your brothers, you would stop and say, okay, look, um, if you're going to intermingle with the civilian population, the civilian population will somehow allow for that, then we really will have to back off. And this is, after all, Ukraine. We can't just kill people indiscriminately because people who are uh, overly sympathetic to Nazi Germany are interspersed. Now then, Ukraine, uh, Ukrainian nationalists do bear criticism, and for or the Azovs and the Banderas do of course bear criticism. Uh, from my perspective, I can't see making Bandera into a hero. I mean, this guy was massacring civilian populations, not just Jews, but also whole Polish villages, men, women, and children. And I'm sure you do that to Russians too. If I were Ukrainian, I would just kind of quietly try to put that to a part of history that I'm not very proud of, but was an expression of the extreme stress of the circumstances of World War II. And that rogue element appeared, but I don't see it as a necessary part of nationalism. Okay, yeah, some people say that the 2014 quote revolution, the Maidan revolution, would not have been successful without the Azov extremists. Perhaps so, and I'm not. One thing that I'm not hearing from those who are sympathetic to Russia is enough honesty about Yanukovych. They keep saying that he was fairly elected in 2014. I very much doubt, or 2010, 2012, like in there, as opposed to Yulia Tymoshenko, or yeah. I very much doubt that Yanukovych was in there fairly. In his first election run, it was well known that the elections were rigged in, I think it was 2004 against Yushchenko. And not only was he advocated to do Russia's bidding, yes, a stooge for Russia. They went so far. Not only did they rig the election, but they went so far as to poison Yushchenko. So to say that this man was fairly elected when he ran again in 2014 with the help of Paul Manafort and Western money, kind of playing both sides and promising to come closer to you, to the European Union, then at the last minute drawing back and deciding that he was going to join with Putin's union. I don't think that this was a fair election, and in both cases, whether it was Soros' Orange Revolution in 2004 And by the way, it turns out that Zelensky is a cousin of Soros. We've just seen that. Or the Maidan Revolution in 2014, which, both were, of course, operations that were influenced by the West, obviously, but they also gained genuine adherence. The Orange Revolution, I remember that at the time. There were like there were all kinds of people, even Ukrainians who were, Belarusians were sympathetic and modeled their own kind of rigged election opposition on that. So genuine nationalists, people I know to be genuine nationalists, were supportive of that, even though it was a Soros-sponsored thing. And the same would hold true with the Maidan, even though it was at the top, commandeered, of course, by Victoria Nuland and her Operation Clean Break agenda. We know this, okay? But that doesn't mean that there wasn't genuine reason to protest, and that Yanukovych wasn't basically a Russian stooge. He was. Okay. The point is that both sides, whether it's Russia or the West, were putting in puppets, and this kind of virulent, this fighting, this pugnaciousness is not that was being shown in the Maidan Revolution. I felt from the start that this did not feel the way healthy European nationalism acts, whether attacking the Union building as they did in Odessa at the time, and taking and sending bombs into the Donbass. What it does seem like, what it is typical of, is the kosher folks. That's that kind of chutzpah is like has their almost and the Nazis, in some sense, as reactionaries. I don't think it's too speculative to say that they are kind of mirroring kind of kosher chutzpah in the way they conduct. And again, because they're operating on natural fallacy in their worldview, they are ripe for maneuvering and exploitation to overcompensate. And this is something that a Greg Johnson, right winger that he is this is where he falls short philosophically. He's a very intelligent guy, but he's just not. He's not functioning on the top level philosophically. Okay. Now, coming back to this guy that Todd Lewis was talking to, Caleb Melpin, who's apparently, some sort of Marxist or socialist or something. I don't know what that his problem is. But he like a lot of people now, and it's been this way for a while, is trying to say that the left-right dichotomy is obsolete, and that the problem now is top down or international national. Well, this is wrong, and you know that the guy is gauche and operating under a liberal hoodwink when he says that that we have more in common with blacks than we do with our elite. That's I've been hearing that nonsense line from liberals who are trying to put across the internationalist red cape of Marxism as leftism. Since back in college days in the 90s. Oh, they're really trying to divide us from our working black brothers. Are you crazy? Do you really think that we have that we can trust them, that we can live beside them comfortably and safely, that we can organize with them? No. The best we can do is coordinate separation from them. They're not on our side. And furthermore, but this is the important point. In the death grammar of the left as unionization, when we unionize as a nation, as a people, that is the position, the power position against elitist exploitation. So it's totally not true that the left-right paradigm is obsolete. No. The left as in ethno-nationalist left, forms our union and a power base, power structure to hold to account would-be elitist exploiters, would-be traitors, high and low. Okay, that brings me to and I just want to say a few words about Keith Wood's discussion of Alexander Dugin. Then I'll put the link out and see if anybody wants to join me. Keith Woods was talking about Dugin, and he was saying that he was talking about Dugin's fourth political theory, and that how the first is liberalism, and then the second reaction and attempt to take on liberalism was communism, and the third was Nazism, what he would call fascism. And then he proposes his fourth political theory, which is an eclectic attempt to revive outdated traditional nonsense, so far as I can tell. But at least he's correct about communism not escaping from modernity, because it's still materialistic, atheistic, and I would criticize what he's doing with the anti-atheism there. But first, I would say, and then he says, but it's also cosmopolitan. He would be more clear to say that the communist red caping of unionization, of course, as I've said before, would be the problem is that it was internationalist. It made the union about the workers of the world uniting, right? So they're against. It's the problem is not so much. Yes, it's cosmopolitanism. It does mean that you're a citizen of the world. There is that, but it's more. It would be. I think it's more clear to say that it's internationalist and therefore anti-nationalist and universalist, which is modernist by definition. That's the problem with modernity, is it's universalizing and how it runs roughshod over national species. Now, when it comes to atheism and how, and the problem with and Keith Woods, and now Keith Woods would defend third positionism against Dugan, right? Saying that Dugan denounces third positionism as supremacist and racist, and that he's not taking into account other kinds like the Strasserists and the Pinochet brands of third positionism. And Keith is right to say that nationalism as upheld by third position, the state and the folk, transcends the materialism of modernity. But what his third positionism doesn't do, as I've said this before, he is introducing these right-wing elements, whether it's the Schmittian exception or adherence to natural fallacy or some sort of traditional religion that's beyond praxis. He is introducing these elements that are these right-wing elements that are beyond accountability and subject, therefore, to maneuvering, as in the case of the Azov Battalion, or infiltration, as in the case of the Abrahamic religions. Now, Keith, I don't think he's a Christian himself, but he is quite comfortable with Joel Davis, who is a Catholic. So similar as Dugan, who is an Orthodox Christian, he's going to be wanting to maintain as an integral part of the nation these elements which subvert and provide backdoors for infiltration and subversion. So that's why we can be thankful that there's this platform here, which has that on the radar and is not going to be subject to that nonsense for whatever reason Keith Woods has for tiring along with it. And obviously he's a very intelligent kid. Doesn't just give a book report when it comes to Dugan. Gives a very accurate and thorough explanation of Dugan's position, and that's great. And he says, well, I could take issue with certain of Dugan's positions, and well, so could I, but probably for slightly different reasons. Now, the unionization concept, while it's a better starting point than trying to go back to some traditional religion, the way Joel Davis or Dugan does. It's because it's far more practical. It doesn't require adherence to the clear nonsense of Christianity and forcing people who aren't, trying to force people who are just not going to be able to find it themselves to adhere to that nonsense, to believe it. It requires no great psychological transformation that that GW might try to say is necessary. Self-interest, the kind of self-interest that James STFU says motivates so many, can be enough. But there is a social and transcendent aspect to it, and this is what a kind of a new thought that I wanted to add is that this is literally the non-material transcendent. This is taking you to the non-material realm. A union is not something that you can see or hit, or it doesn't have empirical. It's not a physical thing. And so you are literally freeing yourself of empirical fixation on and its limitations. You are allowing yourself to move into that hermeneutic realm where you capture the history of our forebears and what they've given to us, and see how these treasures, that social capital, can be facilitated into the future for our children. Because really, we simply, and you have to say, to look at kids and say to yourself, how can you let a kid come into this world like this, whether he's threatened to be indoctrinated with the nonsense of the self-hating nonsense of Christianity, or uh, the nonsense, the destructiveness of natural fallacy, of of liberalism, of a world where this you know, disembodied self, where you're on your own, and the reality of our interactive social indebtedness and the mutual responsibility of others to us is is not at all respected in this nightmare. That means of accountability structured of our people, taken into us being facilitated beyond the brutality of natural fallacy, which we fall into, and the more and more animal world that we fall into once group bounds are torn asunder by liberalism, weaponized liberalism, by modernity, by our enemies, who, as I said, have weaponized this Locketean Cartesian notion of group patterns. That classification of them and discrimination accordingly is a fiction of the mind, and nothing more than an egregious fiction. But as Heidegger says, that once we move to that hermeneutic realm, we're liberated and are liberated from mere facticity in its arbitrary confusion and destruction. We will, of course, be able to identify in the patterns, to transcend our failings, our bad people, the failings in itself, and connect with things that are sacred in the sense that they are vital to our survival as a people, and to the survival of our human ecology, and the survival of pervasive ecology. Okay, a few more notes. I wanted to mention that one more thing about in comment on what I was called sensitive about Ukraine by Patrick Bateman when he was on. No, not. I'm not sensitive about Ukraine. If I was sensitive about Ukraine, I would not be. And if Poles generally, were sensitive about Ukraine, would not be so compassionate and willing to help and concerned for their ethno-nation. How could you be overly sensitive when you consider the fact of what Bandera did, the crimes that he committed against Polish civilians, men, women, and children? 5 o'clock in the morning, coming to a village and murdering them. It's to be willing to put that into history. That's not being too sensitive. Just wanted to mention that. So the hermeneutic was the historical perspective, the narrative. Where does it impose its necessity on praxis? In the necessity of perspective, historicism, and transcendence of the flawed and the exception into the pattern and its continuity, its coherence. Is there anything else that I want to say? No. And I wasn't really in a great mood to talk today, as you can probably tell. Not my greatest presentation, but on the other hand, as always, in defense of myself, the content is there. I will put there's the Ruth Barron's return from dinner. Maybe there's some things that he'd like to bring up. There's the there's the link. As I said, Ruth, Pearl wants to talk with you. It'd be great if I can get Kumiko, the Japanese lady that he was associated with at Majority Rights, to come on, but I'm not sure that she will. She's in a sensitive position, so she's got to pretty much keep a low profile. I think that the thing is, while I'm encouraged that she should join us, because even if she's in a situation working with the government, the platform that we have here ultimately would only demonstrate her innocence by her willing to. She's very bright indeed. She's brilliant. This runs circles around me. But she would prove her innocence, and I think that she should. It's been a struggle though to get her to trust and to come around on certain fronts. I think she should. I spoke to Per with her a couple times. Per would like to work with her as well. Japan would be a great ally, although she's actually more connected with England at this point. But still, she very much defends Japan and the rest of Asia. Uh, I don't know what happened to Zedez. I see that she's working as a moderator for Semiagog and hmm. and Semiagog is one of these guys, like I said, who continues to be, housebound to the Godfrey perspective of this characterology of the left and this. And so similar as GW and to some extent Bowery, there's this kind of idea that language and rhetoric is the enemy and strictly the realm of charlatans, and we have to get to some foundational markings below language, which is totally ridiculous. What Bateson called, trying to get to the innocence of mood signs. Hi, Mirth. Good to see you.
Hello, good evening.
Is that a cat playing guitar?
Yeah, it's a little homage to the lady you were speaking about, Komiko, is it?
Kumiko, yeah.
Yeah, I've got a little folder on Japanese artists, and it's looking a bit sparse, so I'm going to need to enlarge it. But yeah, the file name is just a bunch of words. I probably got it on 4chan or something. But yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I hope that we can bring her back as an ally, but it might be hard. I think that despite her brilliance and despite the fact that she is an ethno-nationalist for Japan, I'm not. She is not. I'm not sure that she can. She understands the ethno-nationalism for European peoples, but is how can I say this?
Well, firstly, it's very complex because it's over multiple sort of continents with different peoples. When you're dealing with Japan, it's essentially just one ethnic group. But there are some differences apparently, but I think they're pretty minor. How much do we really know about Japanese culture?
Well, not that much, but I don't. Whatever she wants to do with Japan, it's fine with me. I know that she's loyal to it, but she, as a person, kind of like who's associated with the military and it's kind of multicultural military. She's kind of got like a liberal mindset with regard to more liberal than we might like with regard to England and to Europe. I mean, not totally, of course, and she's very much opposed to, concerned with radical Islam and so forth.
I remember she was on. She was talking with, I think it was you, her guest worker, talking with the Christian guy at Majority Rights years ago. It was in the video archive section.
Matt Parrott, yeah.
Matt Parrott, and I remember she ran rings around him basically for the most part.
Well, she could. I mean, really, she could. She's brilliant. That's one of the best things about her is her critique of Christianity and the Abrahamic religions. She understands that really well. Um, you know, I shouldn't go into critiquing her, because I would like very much for her to uh, come back on board. I don't think it's going to happen though. But it should. If she could, the concept of left ethno-nationalism is something that actually developed with her, and I could I could see working with that notion where Japanese, for example, function as an ethne looking after their kind, who have enclaves, if not states, in Alaska, in the West, in the United States, that they actually are allied with us, and also in the east of Asia. Work with them to claim the islands north of Japan. But to date, she's not trusting, and she is like has a fairly aggressive attitude towards the western part of the United States, and also and towards Russia. And I understand it, but I think there's ways. I think there's. I know that there's reasonable people in America who don't hate Japanese and will be willing to work with them as ethno-nationalists.
Reasonable people, probably in every country. It's just the politics and essentially the internationalism of their elites. This is the problem.
Yeah.
They want us to be at each other's throats and sort of suspicious and this type of thing, rather than actually really getting together with people of all kind of ethnic groups and cultures and saying, look, we respect our differences and we want to maintain them, and we no longer wish to be a part of the cattle farm, the cattle corporation that we are all headed for.
Yeah, and and the last time I talked to her, she did say that she was committed to ethno-nationalism, which is great. But the thing is, and she and probably a lot of Japanese have a very big chip on their shoulder towards the Russians, which is actually a useful kind of disposition to have at this point. But I think that she's a bit overcompensating in her, almost dislike of the Russians from the ground up. Because I know that there are plenty of good people there too who could be satisfied, I believe, with an ethno-nation. They don't have to be this sprawling empire. I don't think it's practical to ask them to contract beyond Lake Baikal. But it would be. I think that it would be best for everybody if Russia reduced in size. And
it's possible.
I just wish that she could be satisfied with that. Yeah, okay. There's been a brutal history of Russia moving into the east and into Alaska, shooting hapless Eskimos and things like that, and it's terrible. But these wounds, these wounds of history, I think that the people feel them. The vast losses in their people and their genetics. It's not just something that you can make go away very easily. It's going to come back to freak you out in indignation from time to time. And I guess it's the kind of thing that has to be enveloped in hermeneutics to chart the course of healing and reconstructing of these of this genetic destruction. But I would like to see a situation where Japan, Korea, and China purchase these eastern parts of Siberia from Russia and help them to develop their industry. Anyway, I'm sorry.
No, that's right. I mean, there's some fairly complicated politics there. I mean, particularly with China, I have some reservations about China, but
Yeah. They would probably try to take advantage, but if Korea and Japan were out of the equation, that might put a limit on them somewhat.
you find often with like the nationalist mindset, it's like what coalition is going to screw you over the least? What kind of regime would be sort of least destructive to our people? That's the sort of mentality I think a lot of nationalists have these days.
Well, sadly, it seems like you can't totally trust any of them. I heard somebody said, and I think it's true, that you know, much as I would like to have the Japanese on our side, for example, when we look back, they're not going to forget that their country had atomic bombs dropped on them. You don't just shrug that off and just like, oh, we're okay with Americans now, no problem.
Yeah, that sort of scale of conflict and destruction, as you were talking about, it's that's deep. That's not that's probably there forever, really. I would say, in some regard. Although as time passes,
nasty.
maybe more newer generations be more nuanced about it. I don't know. It's complex topic, I suppose.
But that the specter of nuclear war is why I would hasten to add when talking about cooperation with Japan that it not be pursued as an especially, or not, maybe not at all, like a militaristic thing, but more like an economic war and a clandestine war of sorts, with using more carrots than sticks for Russia. And maybe not even as there's a distinction between war of position and war of maneuver, and just sort of positioning themselves to take over these territories from Russia, which has a contracting population. Putin has this idea where he's this kind of multicultural ideal of his Russian Federation, to the point where he's not even he suppresses ethno-nationalists as something that can he suppresses Russian ethno-nationalists as a threat to his imperial federal ideal. But maybe that provides the means where he wouldn't notice soon enough that a war of position is being enacted against him, and that Japanese and Koreans are moving on his territory and so on, and they don't have enough Russians proper to repopulate and maintain these territories.
Yeah, it's hard to to sort of calculate the logistics when you look at the Russian Empire, the landmass and the complexity.
There's a neat comment that I heard from somebody is like, can you imagine the United States, instead of having Mexican, having China on its south border? I remember back in the day at Tufts. And by the way, I was talking about Norbert Wiener last time. Patrick was saying that he's into cybernetics now. Norbert Wiener was
I listened to that stream. Yeah.
The kosher fellow that developed cybernetics, engineer, mathematician. He graduated from Tufts when he was 14, whereas I graduated when I was 22. Anyway, he where was I? Cybernetics, Tufts. Oh yeah, back in the day at Tufts, I took theory of Soviet foreign policy with a Professor Terry, who was an advisor to President Reagan, and at the time, there's a common. She disabused a common misunderstanding that the United States was the greatest threat to Russia. I said no. United States is a distant third to I forget whether she said Germany or China was the nation they feared most. Now it's true. I did venture to say to somebody that they feared Germany. I think that was then, back during the Cold War. They feared a resurgent Germany. Probably Germany's not their greatest threat anymore, but China certainly would be. I don't believe those who say that they're going to be friendly allies with China. I do believe that China wouldn't mind letting them sleepwalk into that one, but China would be happy to take advantage of that mistaken notion that they're on friendly terms.
Yeah, I think China is very much in it for its own group, and the Han, basically the Han Chinese. I really don't know if they care about other groups. I'm not sure. I'm a bit dim on Chinese politics, but
yeah, I think that's true. I don't think that I don't think that they care about other people at all.
Or like they're just indifferent. It's like if they we might not want them to disappear, but if they do, well, whatever. We'll just move our people in, and we'll have a sort of China 2.0. Great.
That's my experience of it. I live with Chinese graduate students, and they really,
yeah,
they don't care. That's a good way of describing them.
There is, like, I don't mean this in any cruel way, but there is a sort of insectoid sort of aspect to like, no, there is. It's like
but that's good, because that gives us allies against the black ants. The red ants always beat the black ants, right? So we have 1.2 billion red army ants on our side against the black army ants, the black ants.
Do you remember the Beijing Olympics? Do you remember the opening ceremony?
Yeah, I do.
That was just Chinese, like, infinitum. That was like so oriented.
And I haven't asked you too many questions about yourself. When were you? I guess the standard question is, pardon the use of this term, but when were you red pilled?
I came through probably some quite bad routes. We were talking about this when we first talked. Partly through 4chan's poll, Implicitly Incorrect, which is particularly awful now in terms of shill threads, and it's very sort of like pro everyone's favorite uncle, this type of thing. But I also through like the anti-jihad scene, which I didn't realize was trash at the time.
Was it Gates of Vienna?
Yeah, well, saw a little bit, more like just the general like milieu of it, I suppose. Um,
Well, they had some intelligent articles there. I mean,
I mean, not so much the actual website. I mean more like the general like zeitgeist of like
oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
you know,
Well,
protecting
yeah,
the
that's
Western
understandable.
democracies against Islamo-fascists. I mean, it's embarrassing to even like mention it now.
Well, no, but this is what's quite a direct threat where you are. So I mean, it's kind of understandable that
Oh yeah, but the people
I mean,
who are
it's you probably had the same reasoning with regard to that I had with regard to the homies. That it's like well, let's start here because anybody can see that this is not us, that this is not good, that the normies should be able to relate to this, and this is the kind of spearhead. Um, so I think it's understandable why you would start there and like try to gain um, allies
yeah,
against that.
it was really a sort of threat detection, thinking like um, these people will impose Sharia law, and we will be dhimmis, and we will have to pay a tax and live as essentially second-class citizens, and that's not what we want. Who's the guy? I forget his name. He's very honest, and he's been all over British news, just saying like I mean, yeah, we want to impose Sharia, and we want to take over.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if I remember his name, I'll tell you. I'm very good at remembering people and who they are, but awful with names. It's a real really annoying aspect of my memory. Yes, my point is that I got in through this sort of like I suppose not quite neocon, but almost in that kind of region of kind of like we got to protect the West and liberal democracy and this this type of thing.
Was it a thing with you too that um, you saw? I mean, we kept European peoples, whether in Europe or in America, kept taking it on the chin, and this is one place where we were allowed to be uh, aggressive as we should be for a change with the Middle Eastern wars. So it was like kind of a
Yeah,
relief.
yeah. This is the problem. You find yourself like being beholden to another elite, another group's sort of worldview and sort
Right.
of politics. We know who the neocons are. We know about the Yinon plan and
Yeah.
about Greater Israel and so on.
Yeah.
And of course they were pushing all this sort of anti-jihad stuff. And it's
Oh,
not about protecting English people or European people. It's just about
no.
essentially maintaining multiracialism, but sort of warding off the sort of Islamic vanguard that would become a fifth column, maybe not even necessarily, just maybe.
Right.
And yeah,
Well,
God,
that's the thing is that some of these people who criticize people who take on these issues, whether it's Islam or the homies, that what they're not appreciating is that if you address these issues seriously enough, you're going to soon enough eventually be confronted with those who are in large part sponsoring them
and
against us.
not many people's liberalism can survive that. I don't think it's too ruthless. It's too intense.
Right. Well,
And that was the thing, like sort of realizing that actually, like obviously, yeah, I don't want to live under Sharia, and I don't want to sort of wake up to nasheeds or whatever. Although some of them are actually quite pleasant on the ear, but it's actually about people, an ethnic group, and there's a very rich sense of history and belonging, um, and so on. That's the step, and that's where we need to bring a lot of people from this sort of like carrying out Western democracy and sort of free speech and you know not wanting to be taunted by Islam, but then actually realizing it's really about us, you know.
Yeah, I didn't like this bit about not being able to draw cartoons.
The Charlie Hebdo, yeah. And that, this is
It wasn't even. It was even before that. It was a controversy. It was like some
yes, but
thing in Denmark.
it was the sort of cherry on the cake, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was actually, I should have mentioned, and I know you've had issues with him, which is fine. It's actually he helped red filming a little bit. It was Tan Staffel and his blog, Age of Treason. I listened to him and Norbin a little bit, Norbin Hobbs.
yeah.
Yeah, so it was.
I said hi to Norvin just earlier today. He asked me.
Oh, fair enough. So yeah, it was a bit of a hodgepodge, and I found myself eventually.
Well, Tan Staffel's brilliant. He's just he's overly focused, and he's a bit myopic when his logic. And when I said that, he was like deeply insulted and said that that I'm trying. Oh, you're doing the crazy, bad, sick, or whatever, these three words that he says. I'm trying to vilify him for, not seeing, not seeing the, not taking a systemic perspective that's not sheerly reactionary to them, which can see the vulnerabilities and for our part and how it is that our people are contributing to this mess and so on, and with that being free to attend to other antagonisms and not be expected to drop everything in order to join up with the Third Reich and pursuing the final solution. I mean, it's like we have to be rather grounded and sane and a functioning system. And so anyway, though he's very intelligent, he's not. His epistemology is off a bit.
He's quite reactionary, as you sort of allude to. I would agree with that. He's quite a brilliant writer. He's a bit like sort of GW, a brilliant writer in many ways. I was just sort of devoured all these articles, And he did use the term anti-white as well. I'm pretty sure before No White Bill, and I like that. It's quite a hard.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, but that is I've used anti-white a few times myself. I mean, probably back in the '90s even. It's a logical combination, but it's a good idea. That's he's doing a lot of things right, but he's also he's making a mistake in that. For example, he's part of this trajectory, this right wing trajectory, which is encouraging. Tan sort of functions as a conduit from the right wing boomers to the millennial and Generation Z bubbles that are overly sympathetic and trying to redeem Hitler and Nazism. This is a big mistake.
Oh yeah, no.
So it's a problem, and it's a problem. You could see how he would be very compelling because he's a brilliant guy. He's extremely intelligent, Tan Staffel, and he's not unlike like some of these guys. He doesn't have this kind of ruthless, brutally insensitive disposition, and yet the stuff that he's facilitating is, and it's it's absurd to think that he thinks that can fit alongside uh, that can work with ethno nationalism across the board. Um, it can't. It brings us into insurmountable conflict.
Yeah, you don't um, you don't reason with something like that. You either join it or it sort of devours you, basically. I was going to say also more than often Millennial Woes. Millennial Woes years ago, he sort of helped red pill me a bit. Again, reservations and issues notwithstanding, but he kind of helped me out a little bit, which is nice. But also, I'd never really heard people not only talk about these issues from a sort of pro-European side, but also just candidly. I mean, if you see any of this stuff from the mainstream or in the sort of like websites like the Guardian, I mean, it's just abysmal and so
Oh
hostile
God, yeah.
and so duplicitous. It's like, but this is the problem whenever your average person types in like I don't know like say Richard Spencer, awful guy that he is, or even you might just get these just absurd articles that are so far from reality. But that's going to be the algorithm will push that to the top of the results. So
Yeah,
and that's what they get, a load of shit. Excuse my French.
yeah. No, no. It's true. It's true that I've been a bit cruel to Millennial Woes because he's been sort of ridiculous with me, but he's also very intelligent, and these millennial youth things where he's hosting all these people. It's uh, quite a service, and I can see how you would get a lot out of that. Um, Definitely. Uh, oh, jeez, my short. This was a thought that I had that I wanted to go to. Um,
Oh, Kevin McDonald as well. I was even in
oh,
the Ayn Rand camp for a bit. I even donated to them, regrettably, not too much, but and Jared Taylor replied to me, which was interesting.
yeah, Kevin McDonald was the one who basically I came into the public with my advocacy uh, through the confidence that he inspired. That you know with the his rational handling of this stigmatic issue. That when I was growing up, you almost couldn't think about it, let alone be critical of the kosher folks. It's, it's it was off limits. So for him to have given so much rational thought to it was
But
uh,
his trilogy is
important service.
relatively dense, but very scholarly and very well researched. I wish there was more of that kind of sort of sober content, amongst sort of European nationalism, that you can send to like your mother or your sort of office mate. This is a serious issue, not like a video with sort of swastikas billowing in the wind at the end. As aesthetic as that flag was, in my opinion, but that's
Oh
not
yeah, yeah,
what we want to promote.
yeah. Well, but the problem is that even as he gets older, even a little bit more, there's like a bit more of drift from the Nazi sorts into sort of into his circles. There's more Carolyn Yeager and that sort of thing swimming around there.
Yeah, I think part of it is just publicity. Like if he's asked to come on, he will. He's not. What's the expression? Any publicity is good publicity. It's like a bit like E. Michael Jones, like coming on to all these like Nat Tuck and WN streams, and he's like, race is a category of the mind.
Yeah, I mean, that was a ridiculous argument that he was making with Greg Johnson. That there's no such thing as white. White is what holds up cross contextually in terms of philologically what people are doing with the word white. They're talking about the genus of European people, particularly when they're outside of Europe, because it doesn't make sense to call them European there, or it would be confusing. It just means European, and that's basically what it is. And so to say that it doesn't exist is an absurdity, or that it has no organic meaning. It does, of course, it does. Whether you're in Europe or in on another continent, it means that you're of European extraction. That's what white means.
Everyone knows what it means, even people who say that race,
Except for E. Michael Jones, I guess.
doesn't exist. They know that you can say white trash and that you can make fun of people who live in the South and this type of thing.
Good point. Yeah.
It's this cognitive dissonance. On the one hand, it's like it's as real as oxygen, and then on the other hand, it's just like this fantasy, this phantom. It's a bit bizarre. The sort of liberal and nationalist mind is a bizarre hodgepodge of contradictions.
But coming back to the Nazi thing for a second, it continues to hold true the hypothesis that, and Greg Johnson was the latest example, but I've noted this of him before, that the people who are overly sympathetic with Hitler and Nazism almost always seem to be coming through the William Pierce school of thought and his Dissident Radio's podcast. Another brilliant guy. But the problem is, what I glean of it so far is that, and I've enjoyed his podcast myself. What I glean of it so far is that the problem is that he paints a picture of Hitler as someone who really was okay with other European peoples, including Slavs. And I think that he's projecting his own disposition, that he's okay with all European peoples, sort of. And the truth is that Hitler was not okay with other European peoples. He was quite willing to go to war with them and kill them at mass in order to get them out of the way. So, but he's sold the innocence of Hitler onto vast swathes of audience who are suffering in reaction to political correctness. But it's almost without exception, though, that the people who are overly committed to Hitler are began with William Pierce.
Yeah, he I have listened to some of his radio shows, but I think he didn't, as you say, he did indulge in some quite dangerous revisionism, really.
Yeah, definitely, and inaccurate as well.
Yeah, and that's a big problem. That causes a lot of problems down the line. I mean, let's say if he was promoting, say, people would laugh at it, but whatever, like a reformed NS, like a reformed, National Socialism, that'd be, I mean, you may as well just avoid that and don't reckon nationalism, but you know what I mean? Like, he wasn't even doing that. He was, augmenting and really fibbing about the Third Reich and modern Hitler. So, it's just not true.
Well, that's why, Metzger was such a relief, because he was he provided an alternative to that, and it wasn't. He didn't try to sugarcoat the Third Reich. He wasn't trying to lay guilt trips on anybody. Neither am I. But it's just like look, we tried that. We don't need to do that again. Let's work out a way that allows us to cooperate with each other in our mutual interests.
Yeah, it's just you try convincing a lot of WNs about that, but
Yeah, I won't. I won't even. I don't even. I don't want to try. I think
counterproductive.
it's a waste of time. The best thing to do, I think, is just to provide a platform for people who already don't want any part of that, and for people who eventually see the light that there are better ways to pursue our at the advocacy of our interests.
I was just thinking earlier about your friend Tomiko. If she's working for the British state, if you appear on television or in any major capacity, you have to sign, like on the BBC, you have to sign a contract saying that you're not a sort of racist and all this. That you're basically like an internationalist and a liberal. It's possible that she might have had to sign something like that, or there'll be clauses in her contract where it's like she promotes ethnic nationalism or something, like she's gone. It could be that. I might be wrong.
I can believe that. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And furthermore, yeah, I'm not. Much as I regret it, I don't think that we'll be able to have her back on side. She's got to. She's pretty much got to go along with the liberal position.
And it's maybe a bit of a nationalist hope, but like you hope that there's like nationalists within the regime sort of trying to bring it down, or waiting if it does come down to sort of build something proper. But I don't really have it. I don't know if there's much evidence for that really.
Well, in her case, that she can be fairly content with the fact that her Japan is soundly ethno-nationalist enough, and as far as Europe goes, well, she wouldn't want. She's most chagrined about the Islamic immigration, but kind of feels it's a bit late to do a whole lot about it. I don't agree with her because from the position from a European perspective, there's no choice.
Well, yeah,
we can't. There's no giving up.
My dad's like that. He's very red pilled. He's a bit of like a right wing boomer. Like he's doesn't really like. He's not Hitlerian, but he doesn't really sort of favour Central and Eastern Europeans. But he has that sort of opinion. He's like, yeah, it's all over. It's all FUBAR, to use an American expression. It's like, well, but for me, that's just like that's not good enough. I'm gonna at least try and try to do something productive at the very least.
Well, but that is the beauty of this position in theory, where our genetics are our nation, is that there's always room to maneuver and to pursue our separatism.
Well, that's what I like about the DNA Nations project. I mean, some of the intellectualism might be a little bit much or a little bit confusing for some, but ultimately its simplicity is it will, if it is a success, will be why it's successful, I think.
Great, yeah, and I'm I'm hoping, and I think, and I'm looking forward to you and Per helping to facilitate this. I'm convinced. I'm convinced that it can work, and that it's the right way to go.
I mean, really, what else is there at the moment? From our sort of side, and it's basically like sort of Nazism or third positionism to various sort of possible
trying to run for office or become join a Christian sect or something. Yeah, it's like Lance Paul says, build a community. None of this stuff is going to work. Build it.
The community aspects, I can understand that, like people moving rurally and building like little sort of what's the word, like semi-subsistence or subsistence farming communities, which is probably, by the way, how we're supposed to live, although it's debatable.
Well, it's cool, but of itself, how powerful is that going to be? Not very. You've got to be connected to a bigger entity, to a nation-sized group, if you're going to be able to do anything.
Of course. Well, I remember Stryker talking about balkanization, and he was saying that, like, even if that was successful, you will be immediately attacked, and I mean, it might be a bit far-fetched to sort of go into this, but like, what military prowess are we going to have? What sort of like what can we do against, like, say, I don't know, half the U.S. Army or whatever? Yeah, it's a problem.
Nothing. Whereas the DNA nations is potentially could be built up to any size and be anywhere. So the sky's the limit in terms of its possibility, including in terms of the backing behind a military program. That's one of the major reasons for when I was talking about it originally with Mike Connor at the Voice of Reason, is that this would be a means to hold up to the military of China, for example.
Oh, there's a lot of those, though. That's going to be tricky.
Well,
some people sort of think that it looks, and this is like end game stuff, but they think it will be like one ethnic group who's going to essentially dominate, like a singular life form, whether it's like the Chinese or most likely, or they think this is going to be like a Chinese planet eventually. And honestly, it would not be impossible, really. Going quite far into the future, but yeah, I've got to be a bit careful about going into stuff like that. I can get a bit sort of I can brood about things like that. I don't.
Well, I mean, what the usual commentary is that Chinese are very intelligent and productive, but they're not as creative as us. They're copying us, and we have attributes that they don't. I don't think that we'll be completely overwhelmed by them.
Yeah,
would they want to populate Europe with entirely with Chinese? I don't even know if they would want to do that.
Well, this is it, because I've got a feeling they don't want it to be populated with other ethnic groups, or to put it politely. But yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, it might be the case where they think, well, if Europeans are going to sort themselves out, well, just go in there. Why not have a Chinese Paris? Why the hell not? I mean, I think that's honestly like their point of view. I might be wrong, but I don't think that.
No, you might be right too. And one thing is, I'm satisfied is true, and Kumiko was discussing with me with this, is that the Chinese, they will test you, and they will take advantage of you if you let them. So
Yeah, they've got that kind of like I gotta be careful what I'm saying here. It's like a balance of like sort of like not political correctness, but kind of like decency, but comedy as well. But there's like a sort of Oriental thing of like an Oriental master where he's like a really small guy and he's like quite old and he moves quite slowly, but actually he's like a praying mantis when he strikes. It's that kind of thing. It's like Bruce Lee. I don't think many other races or ethnic groups to produce someone like that. They had to change. I think they had to speed up the frames of their cameras, if I recall correctly, their frames per second because he was actually so fast. The film cameras were not properly capturing his movements.
Hmm. Didn't he used to play Kato in Batman? Bruce Lee.
Sorry, say again.
Did Bruce Lee used to be Kato in Batman?
I've no idea. There was a series where he was supposed to be the main character in a western, but because at the time uh, they thought American audiences, which was mostly white at the time, would not like it, they had an American guy play it. What was it? My dad was telling me about it years ago. Um, yeah, I don't know about the Batman thing, but and of course he had all the classic uh, films where he would star. Set some in America, set some in China, and so on.
And then his son got killed by a bullet that was supposed to be like a blank.
What is this in a film or in real life?
Yeah, they were filming a film, and his son was Brandon Lee, uh, was to be shot by a fake bullet, but there was a real bullet or in the chamber, and it killed him.
Oh bloody hell! That's yeah.
What
Well,
was the name of what was the name of the movie?
I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, you'll find it easily when you Google that.
Who's the guy? Who's the guy who did that recently? Alec Baldwin was it?
Yeah,
He did an Alec Baldwin. Yeah.
it's ridiculous.
What wasn't?
He's such that guy is such a jerk. Should have been him who got shot.
Didn't
Jeez.
they discover like it was quite a young woman who was the daughter of quite a seasoned firearms expert. And I think if what I heard was true, the implication was that she got him because of nepotism, not because of her skills. So apparently, like the amount of like bureaucracy in weapons filming security is really high. It's really like severe. So it seems like very unusual that such a thing would happen, which is why I think some people were talking like I hate to use the term, but conspiracy theories. But it looked like she was just incompetent. That's sad. I didn't know that. He married an American woman, I think, didn't he? If I recall correctly.
Yeah, and Brandon Lee was the son.
Half of kids, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I think was it The Crow was the name of the movie. I think so.
I'd have to look it up. But it's interesting but sad.
So I mean, when you go out the door, I mean, do you see lots of minorities, colored people where you are?
No, it's fairly native here, but I live quite rurally in an old mining village. I've got to be careful. I know people on Discord who have been doxxed from their wallpaper, and I'm not joking, by the way. I
Wow.
want to be a little bit careful about how much I reveal, but no, and in obviously it's nice, but in a way it's a problem when you try and sort of tell people.
Oh
It's
well, I'm sorry.
no, you're right. It's just I'm talking about like if I'm trying to tell like natives, where I'm living at the moment, like what it's like in say Birmingham, or sort of Leicester or parts of London. It's like they almost think like you're mad, or they don't quite get it, or they don't understand the Wargoth did a brilliant video. It was called, I think, Britain: A Land Without Truth, and he sort of got into this slightly. It's amazing how much, when you own the media, how much you can obfuscate and hide and conceal. A lot of our people really have no idea what's going on, or they know a little bit, but they just, you know, they don't have the tools, the voice, the apparatus to deal with it, you know.
Yeah, Morgoth does. He has a couple good videos on kind of the relationship of the countryside to uh, the political system and how it's
He
being
did one.
infringed upon.
Did you see his recent one about trees that they brought in from America up? They basically, their roots didn't, I think if I recall correctly, the roots didn't bind or go down deep enough into the soil, so they just blow over in these winds. You know, they
Wow.
weren't, they should have planted, and it's also like really fast growing. They
Or is
should
it
have,
not the eucalyptus?
no, but it was maybe like a similar type thing. Was it a type of conifer? I forget exactly, but basically there were non-native trees. They didn't have any deep roots, and they didn't last. And
Well, at least it's not eucalyptus because those are bad invasive species.
and of course he tied in. He was using that as a metaphor for other things, and it was just it was a beautiful video.
Yeah,
It was,
yeah. He's very intelligent. It's too bad that he's like he's among those who's got me on the blacklist, and him
yeah.
very explicitly would have me on the blacklist. And and because of that, he's remaining in this really bad misunderstanding of what's being done with postmodernity, the red caping of it, um, and that's a shame, because he is really intelligent, but um, he's being swept along with this right wing alter casting and characterology of the left as the enemy. Well, it's as our enemies would have it, and it's a shame.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like a lot of things these days, like, so I don't agree with them and everything. You know, like he's one, like more recent times has been sort of promoting Catholicism and this type of thing, and you know, I really don't favour that. But I just
Is he really?
yeah, a little bit, a little bit.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, simple rule. I'm not one monotheistic religion I like, and not just the religion, but the texts and the often just the brutality of it. You know, it's, the sort of singular mindedness of it, and so on. But yeah, no, I listen and I just take what I want to take and reject what I don't like.
Excellent. That's the way to do it. Yeah, all these people, even though I can be viciously critical, you know, they almost all of them have a lot of good things to glean. Whether it's Millennial Woes or Morgoth or whomever, even people like Enoch and Stryker have things to say, but you've got to sort it out.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you watch, or did you listen to the Ayatollah and his Friday night dinner streams? Have you listened to any of them?
To who?
The Ayatollah is an English guy.
Ayatollah?
The Ayatollah, yeah, as in
That's
the
funny.
Iranian head of state, is it? I forget.
Yeah, that's funny.
He does Friday night dinner. We'll have a guest on, or mostly, sometimes not. But he's an English nationalist, and he has a half Indian girlfriend, uh, which he jokes about frequently.
That's not so bad. I mean, you wouldn't want too much of that, but I'm not. I would not personally
Yeah, I
get
think
up
that's
in arms
sort of
about
the
that.
opinion of most of his listeners. But he, yeah, at the end of the month, he'll go on with a guy called Tomahawk and Shane, Bleeding Holograms, and they're both really bright. Bleeding Holograms is an Irish guy, and they're so funny. Like a lot of it is just like Alan Partridge impressions and impressions of people within like the nationalist community and music talking. It's a lot of it isn't even actually political really, but the
Oh,
Ayatollah
it
like
sounds good.
he'll do these sort of monologues about the British regime and what they're doing to us and our relationship, and they're incredible. But he's like just this working class guy who's like an orator, really.
The Ayatollah.
Yeah, the Ayatollah Friday night dinner on YouTube.
I'll check it out.
Bit of a weird sentence, but there you go. But yeah, he's sort of locked into this kind of like dissident right, kind of edgy, sort of like wink wink, we really like Uncle Adolf and this type of thing, and that's annoying. Yeah, as I say, I just take what I find interesting or useful and just reject what I don't, rather than like completely excising them.
Yeah, but there is a limit, though. I mean, and I've got to. That's the one thing about why I took such exception to Ovi's abuse is that he's not appreciating the fact that this is the one place that you can go. It's the one platform where you can go where you're, for people who really don't are put off by that stuff.
Did you say OV?
Yeah, OV.
Oh, he was. Oh, no, the Ayatollah's not. I mean, he's odious. He's not. He's just what?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that he was like that. But
no.
But I was saying is that there's an extreme, and it's not true what Rams Paul says is that it's like a silly thing and no problem, because there are people who are really insistent upon that stuff and upon absurd revisionism and that to the point where they don't understand that Ovi wouldn't understand that this is a place to go for people who don't want that, and that he has places where he can go for his stuff, and that this is important. And I'm not going. I don't seek out Ov or people like him and to give him a hard time and troll him. So
they do that too.
what's his problem? I mean, and Tom White was the same thing. He's like, abusing me when I got asked to come to test out whether I could have a discussion before I knew who these guys were. They wanted to debate Hitler and Nazism. Not me per se, but I thought, well, okay, I'll bring in Dr. Lintner, for example. This is before he died, maybe. But first, let me see how this is who I'm talking to here. I realized that these guys are rank amateurs, and Dr. Lintner is a PhD, a professor. So no, he's not. Those are not the people to talk to or to debate. But I was brought there, and Tom White was saying, acting like. What really pissed me off was he said, "Oh, we've heard enough of you whining." He's accusing me of whining. I didn't even want to come there and talk about this stuff. And then when I did, all I did was put out a rationale. Look, it's being said that the Treaty of Versailles, that where I don't know about the economic aspects, maybe they were, overbearing, but there was. That where they drew the borders, there was a rationale to it, and I was explaining that. And then for him to say with that I was whining, it really pissed me off. Then I would give a 3-hour Tom White, and then I'd give a 3-hour lecture about explaining the how liberalism came into the American Constitution through John Locke and all this, and talking about stuff that nobody else talks about but me, with analysis that nobody else has made but me. And then after that, he's like, "We're just talking here." It's like, the only thing that matters is the Germans. I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah, and that's frustrating, the sort of Nordicism and just quickly, he was actually I was with him And Conops, when I first, it was the first time you and I spoke. Do you remember that?
I don't quite remember, but it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, you and him. There's another guy I forget. Yeah, but it was you and Thomas White, and then Conops came on, and then I came on after them. Yeah, that's. Yeah, he was a bit of a nut guy. I was subscribed to him on YouTube for a bit. He had a stream with OV, and at this point, I really was quite repulsed by OV, so I just unsubscribed, and that was that.
Yeah, he's really obnoxious. He
Even
is.
Norvin doesn't let him on his streams anymore. That's how bad this guy is.
Um, yeah, but and Tom White is like all cool with OV. So that I mean he's trying to undo. This is the problem. One of the problems with a newbie like him. He's undoing the hard work of generations of decades of work of what Metzger did. It's like we're called supremacists, and no, we're not supremacists. And Tom White wants to come in here. Yes, we are supremacists. We're better than everybody. It's like to carry that toxic load. To want to wear that, and it's like, even if you are better in some ways, it's not. It's not something that you want to. Why would you want to take on the burden of ruling over other people? No, we're not supremacists. We're separatists. It's so stupid, and to have to like go back to that, and to have him act like he's the one, for him to act like he's, gonna teach me, and like literally saying it's time for you to take a step. You and Metzger take a step back now. You've said enough, Tom.
He sort of plays the cartoon villain that the regime wants you to play. It's absurd that they don't realise that.
But he doesn't realize it. That's the thing. He thinks that he has the has it all figured out. This is the problem. The instant experts that are of these guys in their internet bubbles are being fed by these the right wingers, the boomers, and the conduits, and they don't have the experiential girding to reality test what it is they're trying to say. It was just it's a shame because like all these guys, there's a lot of intelligence there, but it's kind of been misdirected somehow.
Yeah,
and I would love, I would love to be able to. I like Norvin, and I would love to be able to work with him more, but he doesn't seem to be able to. So far, he hasn't been able to sort himself out from these right wing sorts, these right wing kinds. And I'm not. I think that my trying to force him, trying to make him do that would be a mistake. It would only make things worse. But last time I talked to him, it's like, Norvin, I'm not gonna. I was going to come onto your stream, and then there sitting as one of your guests is a guy with a big swastika flag behind him. So it's just he's an Iranian guy, and I'll ask him to turn his.
I know the one. Yeah.
I'll ask him to turn off his avatar if you come on. No, Norvin, you don't understand. I can't be associated with this. I don't want to be associated with this. This is not good. It's not enough that the guy turns off his icon.
I actually have a screen cap when I was on the Hopscast. And he's got the swastika flag. He's got the black sun. He's got the SP2R flag. It was a surprise, that one. And then he's got a picture of Hitler at the Eagle's Nest, is it? I think. and then on the left is like an image with the Dixie flag in the top right, and then the American flag in the top left, and he's holding up an axe. Yeah.
Well, if I want to go nowhere fast with the DNA Nations project, if I want to, and I want to, destroy everything right away, all I need to do is associate myself with that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I same thing with Marshall. I recognize a lot of intelligence in the guys. Some of his analysis is very penetrating, and other the stuff is like, oh no, man, come deep.
Yeah. He released the book, the War Against the Goyim, was it? I think.
Yeah. Anyway, it's yeah. So I think that Metzger would have been dead on in saying to Norvin, this is the problem with coming up through the right wing as you get caught up with his nonsense, kooky conspiracy theories and nutty people with whacked out over the top ideas. As I've taken it, the not being subject to correctivity. Norvin is he's very intelligent. I think that he largely understands what I'm saying, but and I think that his intelligence is part of the problem because he thinks that he's going to kind of negotiate between my position and these guys, and it's not something that can be negotiated because where they're coming from is a supremacist ideology, and it's not something that itself is susceptible to any sort of compromise.
You're disagreeing on the fundamentals, and at that point, you're really not even speaking the same language anymore.
Yeah, I think that's right. That makes sense. And it's really a shame because really there's no need for it because I mean we're not against Germans at all. We're not against German nationalism at all, whether in Europe or on other continents. And there's no reason for us to be at odds.
It's like these old wounds. I can't know if I mentioned this. If I have, just say, but about a lot of older English people who served in World War II in Japan and then in that region. Prisoners, they were often subject to really barbarism by Bushido officers, and very needlessly as well. It was a lot of this was just cruelty. It wasn't punishments for or whatever. And if you were to bring up like Japanese anime or like Flower Age, and they'd go, yeah, that's nice, but they crushed my friend's fingers or whatever, or that they did this and more, and it's like,
oh yeah, they're doing horrible things, cutting guys' dicks off and putting them in their mouths.
Yeah, I mean, you hope some of that's propaganda, and some of it probably is, but unfortunately, most of it.
Some of it wasn't.
And I was actually saying to a couple one evening, my neighbours, my neighbour's son actually, who's actually quite old. Anyway, I was saying about this theatre of war. It's like I could have been a Japanese officer or a private, just watching that and going, yeah, whatever. They're meddling in our affairs. So what? And this is sort of the problem of like these different ethnic and racial groups, and your sort of loyalty to your country can almost you can end up in these situations where you really become like needlessly inhuman, like needlessly cruel.
Yeah, and there's another thing that people, Americans with their kind of hugely Germanic population, and the narratives that are being circulated in order to appeal to them, are not really taken into account. They said, "Oh yeah, well look at Dresden and the brutality that the Germans suffered at the end of the war." Yeah, and it's wrong. But on the other hand, if you're coming from a situation where, you know, your wife and children have been murdered, your village has been burned down and destroyed, your family records have been burned, sometimes deliberately. Um, you might be pretty crazy, and it's like it would be hard to restrain, a will to uh, exact revenge. I mean, you know, you might just be willing to drop an incendiary bomb on a German city if this was your predicament. It's like,
Well, yeah.
I'm not saying it's good, but it's like, when you've been tortured and destroyed like that.
Dresden was, yeah. Well, let me put it like this: if you commit sort of war crimes, just make sure you're on the winning side. I would say there. Can I say that? Bad, too late. But yeah. Yeah, no. Again, this kind of guff, these wounds that that opening up. It's like we've got to heal those as much as we can. I think.
It's history, and as far as I'm concerned, revenge has been gotten. I mean, it does bother me when in WN circles you hear a lot about Dresden, but they never say anything about Warsaw being flattened and hundreds of thousands of civilians being killed there. More people than in Dresden. So I mean, I'm not, I'm not happy about Europeans being killed on any side. This is not what we want.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Just the final thing I'll say. I don't want to go into this in any details, but I think one thing that really peeves people about Dresden is was the timings of the attacks, where they would actually wait a while for rescue services to come out, and then they'd incendiary bomb them again. I mean, it was a really cruel act, really. But anyway, yeah. I
Could be.
feel like enough has been said about it, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, and that's wrong. But when you when you think about where some of these people come to, if you put yourself in the position of people you've had your family killed by the Nazis, you 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 might just be prone to be willing to enact revenge of sorts. It's a reciprocally escalating situation. It's the danger and how it is that the road to hell can be paved with bad intentions as well, and that's what I was saying to Eki Lux when he was trying to tell me that I quote shouldn't be too sensitive to "OV fuck you" when he was attacking
Was
me.
he that monarchist guy?
What's that?
Was he that monarchist guy who was promoting sort of monarchy and this sort of thing?
Eki Lux, he's a Christian, and maybe I don't know what he's up to these days. I haven't talked to him in a while, but he had. I thought he would be somebody that I could talk to because he was talking. He was reading some things about Frank Salter and ethnic genetic interests, and so I thought that okay, I can work with him. And then all of a sudden, when I was trying to talk to him, a bunch of people started intervening against me. Some Australian guy who's sort of like a into Hitler, OV fuck you. Tried to, and then who else was it? Jonathan Pohl. but OV fuck you in particular was very vicious, and I was trying to explain to Aki that this is not just another ideology that can function as one alongside others.
But it's really a world order, as far as I'm concerned. Essentially, had the Axis had they won, it would have been a new world order. You could probably make convincing arguments that it would be better than the one we have now. You also probably certainly make convincing arguments that it would be worse. But it would have been a new world, really, for lack of a better way of putting it. It's not just an ideology; it's an entirely new sort of state of the board, if you like.
Well, I don't know, but I'm quite sure that if they had quote won, it would have been for a time, but with so much brutality that there would have been resistant movements sprouting up all over the place, and there were people, nationalists, fighting back against it because it was imperialist. They would not have made friends among the broader, even though they were Vichy's, they would not have made friends among the broader population of the French, certainly not the Polish, certainly not the Russians, or and not the English either. So
you would have had insurgencies. Yeah. I don't know. It depends on how brutal they were, how effective, and I guess really the sense of dread or exhaustion that people had. They just thought, well, we'll just keep our heads down, whatever, go along with it. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think so, because it was just too much, and it's the same, I think, with Russia now in Ukraine. That they've gone too far, and people aren't going to forget this and accept it. The thing is that they should back off and take the view towards a longer fight.
But this is one of my concerns, because I agree with your opinion, and I wish that was more common. But I was concerned about the people's reaction to normal sort of white Russians and their sort of ecology and their sort of well-being. That concerned me as well.
Yeah. Well, I was really surprised with that Greg Johnson was advocating, taking it to them, and
what, America?
And sponsoring the Ukrainians taking on the Russians directly in a military sense.
I haven't been on countercurrents in some time, but that actually was a smaller part, but a part nonetheless of my awakening to a slightly sort of a cringy way of doing it, but true nonetheless.
Well, Greg Johnson, he does many things very well. He's a very intelligent guy, and that's might even be of the popular exponents, be about close to the best, along with McDonald these days. But as I was saying earlier, it goes to show that there needs to be this platform, because is far from perfect. This is coming from a very recent debate that he had with Jared Taylor about the Ukrainian war, and Jared Taylor was taking the side of Russia, basically, or saying rather that no, Jared Taylor was saying correctly so, basically, that we should not support the Ukrainian war effort, and I agree with on that much. I agree with Jared Taylor, although he's ridiculous in saying there's no such thing as white.
What, just to minimise losses of Europeans? Is that where he's coming from?
Not your losses of Europeans, just your losses, minimize losses of lives. He's coming from a Christian perspective.
Oh yeah.
And he maintains that as he would, that Russia is fighting against the gay disco of America, which is ridiculous, and he literally said that. But and so Johnson was right to criticize his idea of what that white is a non-existent concept, like what we're saying. It just means European. But Johnson was wrong in suggesting that that Ukraine should take on the Russian army, and he said that Russia needs to bleed more in order to be chastened and brought to the table for a more fair agreement. This is just, it's absurd.
It's astonishing that someone who sort of, writes books like The Slaughter of Cities and The Gory Guide to World History, and just these very transgressive views, in many ways. But then on the flip side, you toss a coin and it lands on tails, and you're saying things like, white isn't real. And, I'm multiracial because I'm half German, half Irish. It's it's literally a Bruck moment.
Yeah.
Did you ever see?
And some of his stuff is spot on and really good. The death of the cities, that's real. That happened. I've seen that happen to my city. It happened in New York. It's accurate.
And he specifically talks about, ethnic communities. He comes from sort of ethno-religious, but he does mention sort of these ethnic groups. He's aware of the ethnos. It's maddening.
Yeah.
I was going to say, did you ever see any videos by Granville Thorndike? Possibly not.
No.
He was an Irish guy. He made videos. I think he's since disappeared. Hopefully, he hasn't been killed or whatever. But I guess a little bit maybe Hitlerian looking back at it. But he would nonetheless make these incredible videos of. They were sort of esoteric, sort of nationalist videos of film clips and clips of various philosophers like Jung, and he'd often have who's the English guy who does Adam Curtis documentaries and this type of thing, and he'd have E. Michael Jones propping up occasionally, and that was I think that was how I was introduced to E. Michael Jones actually.
Gretel Thorndike?
I'll write it in the private chat.
Well, E. Michael Jones, he can be a very interesting in his discussions. He's always articulating the who, the different person positions in various political scenarios. Very concrete. And Greg Johnson definitely is he's underselling the JQ with regard to this war. That's another thing that he's got very wrong.
Do you think that's because he's trying to be more vain and sort of quote unquote respectable, or is it because he's genuinely not understanding?
He might be. I think that he is getting swept up along with the Azovs, with his right wing myopia is coming through, and so because of his oversympathy to the Azovs, he's not seeing how it is that they're being manipulated by the kosher folks. He wants to believe more in their autonomy than um, is the case, uh, and see less of the kosher influence. It's kind of wishful thinking that that fighting spirit is not only organic but in the best interests of Ukrainians and Ukrainian nationalism. It's not. It's only organic in the sense that it's kind of reactionary, uh, but it's not healthy in the sense of uh, a homeostatic way of doing things, a corrective way. I mean, Victoria Nuland had these guys into her meeting, right, with the Maidan revolution, and they have kosher folks, in their ranks. This is my theory. This is my hypothesis that because of their rigidity, they're easily maneuvered. They think that well, Greg Johnson has shown in several occasions to be for his elitism and his snobbery.
Yeah,
And
he's
it's
a bit snobbish. I've been off put by his slightly sort of snobbish nature a little bit.
yeah, and because of but it's not only uh, merely offensive because he does that because he discriminates how you say hierarchically. He sometimes lets in people who are very smart and capable, but not really acting in the interests of European peoples, and excludes people who who should be included. And this also not only makes him rigid and prone to kind of be maneuvered like this, but it creates openings and vulnerabilities. Several times he's entertained people who were on the enemy side. Let me think of some of them.
And I'll be back in just a moment. All right, I have to
Okay.
need to attend it.
Okay. Um, what are these names? Anyway, couple different people should have been obvious infiltrators and enemy agents, so to speak, that Greg Johnson was platforming. And that's a vulnerability of his perspective and his elitism, discriminating hierarchically instead of horizontally. And Fox Day was one of the guys. It's like, he is not us. He is not on our side. Clearly, a misdirection agent. That's one that he was taking too seriously. Dial, what's his first? Mark Dial was another one. Clear. That's when Greg Johnson banned me from Countercurrents when I was criticizing Mark Dial. And really, it should have been obvious to Greg Johnson that Mark Dial was some kind of agent, maybe FBI, I don't know what, but it was pretty obvious. And he was like, no, this guy's great. He writes good articles. And too many too many. Yeah. Guys who are skirting the extreme fringes of the right wing unnecessarily.
Hello, sorry about that.
It's okay. And part of it's like sort of a business thing. It's like another day at Countercurrent's got to publish articles, so might as well. So might as well might as well, along with some good stuff, might as well publish some shit because I got to put out articles today. That's the part. One of the problems with a site like that. It's like you have to put out articles every day. I guess he feels.
He does talk about donations and the monetary aspect. Has he blackmailed you? Would you have him on and you talk about your project?
While you were away, I just mentioned the episode. I was mentioning that there are certain people that he's platformed that were clear to me because that he are of the enemy camp or misdirection agents. Fox Day being one, this guy Mark Dial being another. And I was criticizing Mark Dial, and Greg Johnson banned me from Countercurrents for criticizing him. And this is the problem with his elitism, with his snobbery, with his discriminating vertically instead of horizontally. Is that he's going to be. Okay, someone like Mark Dial is obviously very intelligent, but an FBI agent would be, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but that's always answers my question, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, but he wound up, discriminating against me, who is a bona fide actor in the interests of European peoples, whereas I should have included, but he's excluding me. Horizontally, because I didn't put the comma in the right place or something in the sentence, or because I observed that Mark Dial looks like an octoroon or a quadroon, in addition to being probably an FBI agent, almost certainly. And so there's a kind of rational blindness. Because if you have the kind of logical capacity to the extent that Greg does, and he's pretty high IQ, he's not a genius, he's like 138. You can rationalize things that shouldn't be rationalized, or you explain away things that you shouldn't be explaining away. So I think that's how he's justified. He made a really bad argument in his last article. It's the most recent article on Countercurrents as to why you should ignore the fact of Zelensky and the kosher influence there in that regime. And really, its disconnection from organic motive of the interests of Ukrainian peoples, which is why I believe that he's calling upon them to fight and die, because he doesn't care. And Greg just said, "Well, there's kosher people on both sides, so that's not the issue." That's a stupid argument. Yes, there's kosher people on both sides, but that doesn't mean that therefore you should bleed your own people and the Russians as well. It's absurd. He's caught up in the logic.
It's possible that his high IQ enables him to sort of rationalize and sort of dismiss these issues.
That's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, like you heard that saying. You don't hear it very often. You're too smart for your own good. Have you heard that one?
Yeah. Smart enough to be stupid, or smart enough to be very stupid.
It's like an inverse bell curve or something like. Is that I've linked the? Is that the article you're talking about in the private chat?
I don't. Where did you post it? I don't see it.
Yeah, April 9th. What's really at stake in Ukraine?
Yeah,
I'll give that a read later.
yeah. Then he makes a similar argument with E. Michael Jones in this debate. It's just wrong.
Race is a category of the mind. Oh, my impression's not that good, but I like to give it a bash.
That was a good one. Well, I don't think that he's of utility though on the JQ, but and usury in certain things, but yeah, I guess most nationalists are taking E. Michael Jones too seriously nowadays.
Usually is a good one because it's so obviously amoral. Like whether you're coming at it from a Christian point of view, a pagan point of view, an atheist point of view, it's so obviously bad acting, so to speak.
Yeah, and it's key. It is key. I think that it is a point that while it's not necessarily prohibited for Judaism, that they're kind of the religions for the Shavos, the Christianity and Islam, prohibit it, so that they've got control over it exclusively to themselves. They're the only ones who can do usury, right? So, and that has that exponential effect, which is apparently a big part of why they've become so powerful and so rich so quickly.
Patrick calls him Imam the Jones, doesn't he? I think.
What's that?
Patrick, the guy you were chatting with.
Oh yeah.
We called him Imam the Jones, if I recall correctly. Which always made me laugh. He's funny, like. I was actually on his film stream the other week. He's talking about praxis, and he realizes like the antisocial aspect of a lot of the writing. He's sort of I think he's a fellow traveler. I think.
I'd certainly welcome him as such. I have to keep him at arm's length for the time being. I have to be careful with him because he is, he's still. I mean, I would characterize it as he's at a stage where I was in my 20s, where I was just so angry as to be unmeasured and dangerous, perhaps to myself and others, in what I could say and do. I got very mad with him and wasn't even going to talk to him anymore. When I was on stream with Norvin and him, and we were, arguing with some Jewish guy. What was his name? What was this obnoxious guy's name? Anyway, we were arguing with him, and then I left the stream, and I was just listening to it. And when I was gone, I heard Patrick saying, "Oh yeah, and the Ukrainians, they only have an 80 IQ, and I'll show you how to, something. I'll show you how to fuck them up." Those people. I mean, it's like, man, I believe that he can change that. The last time I talked to him, it sounded like good, but that irritated me because he has made arguments to the fact of that sort of the going with the Nazistic naturalistic fallacy idea. Conflict is unavoidable and things like this, and that the friend enemy distinction and the exception. These Schmittian ideas, which I'm more and more souring on. I think that it's not. These are not necessary distinctions to make in that respect, and I don't believe in. I don't believe in the exception. friend enemy distinction is too extreme a position to take.
And the problem is with modern armaments and militaries, it's different if it's in a tribal setting where it's say like just like a few scores of blokes or even two individuals. But now it's like entire like tens of thousands or more people, heavy artillery and normal people getting sort of maimed and bombed, landmines, cluster bombs, phosphorus that burns the bone. When you have
Nuclear bombs. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking in those terms. You're right.
when you have that ideology, but with the sort of modern world, you end up in a maelstrom. That's not correct.
And when you treat people, even the even them as enemies, you're sort of closing off channels of communication that could possibly be used to coordinate things, even if you can't cooperate, even if you really don't like each other. There's it's better to conceive of things in other terms. Um, I think was it yeah it was you last time was asking me. Sometimes just changing the terms is the key issue. You asked me like how it is that you ask these gung ho Ukrainians to surrender
we were talking about
to puppet in the puppet regime that he would propose. Well, what I would say to them is that even if the Russians, even if Putin wants to present this as terms of surrender, just like sign it, but know to yourself, and will know that this isn't really surrender per se. This is just an armistice for the time being, so that you can survive. I mean, if you are the kind of person who's willing to die, who's capable of fighting, the kind of person who should live. So live to regroup, to gather yourselves, and so that we can retake Ukraine in the right way, and not die in a losing battle and have your country destroyed.
Well, this is what I was trying to explain to my dad. Is like where the situations where you essentially have the best men, which is on average the men in the military, fighting and dying, whilst you have sort of lesser men retreating or fleeing. And that's,
war is dysgenic, isn't it? Yeah.
It is dysgenic, yeah. When you dysgenics and it's a complex topic, but it is. It's like you have all these massive men who are loyal, who are dying, and men who aren't living. It's a bad situation.
Yeah, that's why I don't. On that point, E. Michael Jones was right, and Greg Johnson was wrong. Definitely. And Iron Duke was right on that point too. That all these expensive munitions that Britain is supplying to the Ukrainians, and they're not going to be reimbursed. It's the taxpayers are going to wind up paying for that ultimately.
"Quote unquote" defensive weapons, although some of these you can very much use offensively, by the way. But it's a mess. It's a real mess.
I never respected Zelensky's call to arms to begin with. I mean, this is just.
Isn't it? Didn't he have something? Was it? I forget the exact number of opposition parties he had crushed, but it was around about 10 or 12, something like that. 9, maybe.
Zelensky. I only heard about it. Probably not as nearly as much as you even.
Yeah. I need to verify it, but I mean, he's like this old. He used to be like a TV actor, and he's of his ethnic background. And this is not like a man of noble character, and yet the regime of the paladin. It's absurd.
And Paul Gottfried was saying that like he's done himself proud, and everybody's behind him now, and people continue to uh, tout Paul Gottfried as one of us, including Iron Duke, who was just mentioning him.
Base Daddy
Mention.
Gottfried.
Yeah, I mean it's ridiculous. And, who was here the other day? Stephen St. James was in the chat last time and saying that Paul Gottfried's not the nemesis. And I began last show by saying, well, this is a mischaracterization. Paul Gottfried occupies a position that makes sense of where this, where the alt right was coming from, where the characterology of the left is coming from as the enemy. Not saying that he's like a puppet master, and that although he has been, I think it was Tablet Magazine was calling him the godfather of the alt right, and there's sense to that. But even if he's not like all powerful, I'm not saying that he is. I'm saying that you can articulate well the games that our adversaries, that our enemies are playing through the language games that Paul Gottfried is playing, well, David Horowitz and a few others. So and almost all of the dissident right, almost all of the alternative right before that are operating within this framework of arguing against this red cape, this characterology of the left as the enemy, and chasing after it, and along with it, chasing away the underlying concepts that we need. As I'm saying, that beneath, in the depth grammar of the left, is the concept of unionization, coalition building, social organization, and advocacy. And these are the things that don't want us to understand well. And these are the things that postmodernity was conceived to rest against the impervious roughshod of modernity and we can know of weaponized modernity, and now weaponized postmodernity, misrepresented postmodernity.
Have you ever been a communist or a Marxist because of that? What you were trying to promote? Or?
No, never. This is one difference between me. I've never been a Marxist. I've never been a communist. I'm not, like most people, I was repulsed by even, the idea of the left. I just associated that with these obnoxious kind of anarchist types and people who hated white people. It took Metzger really for me to get over kind of phobic reaction to the left that like most people have to the word, even just like ugh. And I didn't identify so much with the right as felt like, oh, I got to go with that because I was so repulsed by this, what I would now call red caping of the left. But so no, I was never a Marxist, and that's why I was.
Because like someone like Academic Asian, if he was on your stream, he'd be like ridiculing you as some like quote unquote racist socialist or something. He'd have like these like right wing boomer memes against you,
Yeah, I mean he's problematic. He's.
One
I don't know.
He said that he's half Iranian, which whatever.
Yeah.
Don't.
I think his father's Iranian too. So basically, I call him Iranian just for short. But go on.
But he was talking. I think he was talking about. Was he even talking about ethnic data or whatever? But he mentioned about the Irish and saying, "Are they white?" And I'm just like, who on earth is this half Iranian guy? lecturing me.
I think that he did say that, and he's he's all too prone to say kooky shit like that. And it's like he disgusts me. Um, yeah.
Not like, oh, I don't really like them, or maybe they belong in Ireland, or like something like that. Just like, are they even white? Are you sure they're not kind of like gorillas or something? He didn't say that, but that's almost what he may as well have.
Yeah, but you shouldn't even, to be playing with that kind of idea is just like that makes me. Kumiko said that he's part kosher, and it might be.
It wouldn't surprise me. I
Really?
want to be careful about kind of just accusing people like that.
Well, some Iranians are. There are them in Iran, so it's possible.
I don't know enough about the genetic data. I think, did it used to be Indo-European many years ago? It's probably a bit of a hodgepodge, but I've met some Iranians.
Well, no. There's a Jewish population in Iran. There are.
I suppose what I mean is they're reasonably mixed. I think you probably shouldn't really.
No, I don't think that most of them are. I don't think it's like that. I think
no.
It's a small percentage. But.
How would you classify them? Like, what actually are they? Ethnically, would you say? I don't know.
Well, they're not Arabs, and I also, an interesting thing about them is that they have 16% or something like that, 13, some percentage like that of R1A, which is the same thing as Eastern Europeans. So they are like partly that kind of Aryan stuff, which might be why they took the name Iran, which is Aryan. Right?
Land of the Aryans or something, isn't it? Yeah. That might be wrong.
So, yeah, a mixture of that and mostly some kind of Middle Eastern. I don't know. Not, yeah, he would be good at that, but they're not Arabs.
I'm not like against them, or I'm not being bigoted against them, but it really bothered me when this guy was questioning whether the Irish are Indo-European.
And he's really very guilty. He's the one who says that Paul Gottfried's great. He's very guilty about going along with the program of the characterology of of the left as the enemy. He's completely on board with that bullshit program.
Well, you could argue about the characterology of the right and them being the good guys, as well, probably.
And then he's got this stupid idea that he calls the boomer truth regime, and he said the greatest problem is that what everybody's suffering from is this idea that Nazism is the greatest evil. Well, this is someone who's talking about with the mainstream media and the kosher media. Maybe, yeah, okay, there they might see, but in white nationalism, this is not the problem. Quite the opposite. The boomer truth regime is people who want to pursue the quote truth of Hitler's and Nazi Germany's relative innocence, if not complete innocence. And so he's just buying into this is one of the problems of people, these Johnny-come-latelys to this, is they don't realize that for decades this has been going on, and this is not a problem with people being saddled with guilt about Nazi Germany. It's a problem of would-be white nationalists being saddled with having to feel almost guilty about not liking Hitler or thinking that the Holocaust was basically real, that it happened pretty much that way, or that that's the problem is our association with that stuff. Not that people need to be relieved of their guilt.
I agree with you that we have a lot of that. I would also, as an addendum, add that the regime calls genuine ethno-nationalism and, if you like, kind of ethnic protectionism Nazism, which are two very different things. Now they know exactly that they are not the same. They know exactly
right.
How they are, but nonetheless, it's like I was saying in the other stream. if say,
Well, that's true. Well, that's true, but that doesn't. But that doesn't mean that the correct action then is to like go on this program of revisionism and saying, oh, Hitler wasn't that bad, and it's like it's like that hasn't been done ad nauseum. If if you're functioning, if you're getting your news and your information within the purview, within the framework of white nationalism, like I do, like most nationalists, it's not like there's like that, like it's a problem of us being burdened with being guilt tripped about that stuff.
This is a big topic, but this is a lot of this comes back to the ownership of the media. Like, how many people are listening to this? There's 4, so 3 because that includes me, right? Do you imagine if like we owned the media and this was on like primetime radio or something, or to a much larger audience? Rather than this sort of tiny little niche, we could probably get somewhere quite quickly. We're pushed to.
I think so. I think so. And academic agent has a huge audience, and so does Keith Woods, and well, Keith Wood's better than academic agents, I suppose. But I mean, I think one of the reasons why it's happening is because, well, the kosher folks, for one, are determined, they have been for years, to associate any sort of white identity is supposed to be right wing, or better yet, far right and supremacist.
Yeah.
And so they'll foster. You'll get further if you go along with their identity. And since 2008, in particular, they've wanted, they expect people to go along with the left as the enemy thing, the characterology of the left, which millennial woes will do, and the rest of them. And so I think that's part of the reason why they have such a big audience, and I don't. I'm not saying I'm not the smoothest operator. I have my limitations, and I'm sure that's why also is partial explanation as to why not as popular as this platform should be. But I think that with the help of other people, the logical force of it will gain momentum, and as it should.
Yeah, I mean,
you per some of the ladies who are beginning to take interest, we get a really good woman that could help a lot. Because I'm not expecting, I'm not trying to like compete with someone like with Keith Woods and say, I've read more books than him, and I could make more sense of it, and blah blah blah. If it's not, it's a part of this platform that other people are going to, that I expect other people to contribute their abilities. I'm not trying to do everything by myself, and I'm not trying to say that I'm better than other people. I'm expecting people to see the reasoning here, and that will build this thing together.
It doesn't help that you've been sort of blackballed, because I mean, around my point about the media, let's say there were no hate speech laws and that we were not locked out of mainstream media. So let's say like a popular radio station here is Classic FM. Quite pleasant. They play classical music. It's not too political, a little bit here and there, but let's just say there was like a European nationalist radio or something, and there were programs like this. I think a lot of people would tune in because they care, and they they realise that there is nothing else like this, really, and not in the mainstream. They've never heard some of these ideas.
No, this is where I think that I'm justifiably miffed with these right wingers who have blackballed me, because there's no good reason for them to have done it. There's basically four kinds of reasonings. One is the well, obviously the kosher folks would want to see me blackballed. In this platform muted. Not the neo Nazis wouldn't like me. Christians are another one who've been maybe the worst adversaries in time. Because people like Matt Parrott and like that have been a big problem for me. And a branch of the Nazistic would be the scientistic, but that's another thing. And then there's people who like I guess they say, well, who's he? He doesn't always speak well. This one, he doesn't. Some of his writing is confused in his first drafts and whatnot. But what I would say to them is that's to miss the point, because I'm not asking you to treat me like I'm Moses on the hill giving directives. I am hoping that you'll see that this platform is solid, and if you think that you're better than me in some ways, that's great. If you are if you're on this platform, it's like go to it, Tiger. I'm not going to oppose you. I'm not going to be jealous if you do things well. That's great. You're on my side. So that wouldn't be a good reason either if somebody thinks that they're smarter than me or whatever. That's not the point.
Seeing the bigger picture, like putting the chauvinism and your ego aside, is quite hard for a lot of people, I think, than us it is.
Yeah.
They've squandered it, haven't they, really, like the viewership. Well, I say that if they are good actors. Like, I think Keith Woods is a good actor. He's not on the right path, so to speak. But it's a
well, he's young. I don't know. He's not totally off, but he's there's things that are getting included for the jumble of information that shouldn't be. And I'm not, my verdict is not it on him. I just think that, well, for the time being, he's been a bit too prone to the program. To the left is the enemy, still talking that way, and defending this third positionism stuff. And well, I've said what I'm going to say about him, but I'm not like giving up hope on him. I have more trust in him than I do in Joel Davis, but I don't totally give up on him either. I'm not overly optimistic, and they're coming to see the merits of this platform as they should. Because they're really not understanding postmodernity, and it is that important, as we've been saying. But no, it's like I'm not fighting against people, and what I am fighting against is mistaken ideas.
Oh yeah, no, I appreciate your critiquing the ideas and points of view rather than the person. I do appreciate that.
I was just listening to Keith Woods before his discussion of Dugan. He's really smart, and the way he makes sense of these things, it's very impressive.
he's like, to me, like Wood seems like wise beyond his years. Like really, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got quite the machinery there. I can't. Uh, I never could cope with reading that much. It's like my mind's wandering off into autism land after a few paragraphs.
I don't think many people on the planet have read Karl Marx's Das Kapital as it like fully. I mean, it's a tome. It's an absolute unit.
I started it, but
It's
I
like
know. I noticed that one thing that I know is interesting about it, the dribs and drabs that I read, is that he was literally turning the wealth of nations on its head. Uh, there's Adam Smith and taking it and reversing it in parts, which I thought was interesting.
I've not read that book. Adam Smith, you said, The Wealth of Nations.
The Wealth of Nations, yeah, it's a classic in, well, capitalism.
But I've never I mean, just one thing. Even when I was within these circles, or I guess I stand in the way, but I never identified as alt right or right wing. I was just kind of going along in the ether, I suppose. But I did realise how very quickly how rapacious the capitalism we have is, and how
Yeah,
hard
it's definitely a part of the problem. There's no question about it.
our ecology, but other ecologies as well. But both of humans and non-human, you know, like
Oh
plastic.
yeah.
And
Yeah, I was thinking of it's funny, I was thinking of plastic exactly. You know, the garbage patch in the ocean. Yeah.
so like I didn't understand why people are not only very critical of capitalism, but this particular kind of international capitalism that really knows no bounds and is ruthless, really. It has to be defeated, changed, you know, at the very least.
Yeah, those are the things. What is it? There's capitalism, so there's money, which is one big niche. There's religion is another big niche. There's politics. There's law and courts. There's academia. Um, there's international business. There's the media. Um, there is kind of organized crime, and perhaps it kind of goes with business and NGOs and foundations, and then I guess there's military industrial would be another branch of something branching off of business. Those 10 power niches are things to be looked at. I mean, sometimes someone like Keith Woods will apply the right nouns and concrete data. You know, whether it's the IMF or the Council of Foreign Relations or the who's the other one that was sort of the Klaus Schwab group?
I wish I could do an impression. They seem so like memeable. These words. They do that a lot in the Friday night dinner stream or at the Ayatollah stream. They do all these impressions, and it's so funny. But
and there's BlackRock. There's BlackRock, which is taken over from, which is largely taken over where
BlackRock and Vanguard.
BlackRock, which is taken over from where Goldman Sachs has left off. And
I might be wrong about this, but to my understanding, like BlackRock and Vanguard own it's seemingly most of this planet, like its resources and businesses.
it could be, you know, but it might be part of the miracle of compound interest.
But I didn't have.
Yeah, that's Larry Fink is the head of that, I think, right? I think he's the CEO of BlackRock. So, but that's bad when you know monopolizing private property like that and the expenses, the cost of housing and they want people to rent. That's really sick.
Well, these people would tax the air if they could. They really would. They would like look at like the amount of oxygen you're breathing in and take and
There's
drawing from the
such
environment.
horrible parasites. Oh. That's one thing I always need to make clear when I talk about left ethno nationalism. I'm not against private property and ownership at all, and I'm not against free enterprise, within reason, of course. It's provided it doesn't harm the nation and its habitat and so on. It's not about exploiting other people's either. There are ways to make money without fucking people over, so. Yeah, so I always have to make that clear. I'm not. This is not communism that I'm talking about. I'm not against people having wealth, making money. There are honest ways to do that too.
Yeah, for me, it's like how the honesty, like the veracity, like how not veracity, that's not the right word, but how legitimate was that? Did it was it really harmful to us or to the environment? I don't mind making money if it's honest and decent labor, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, what Aristotle would say is that there are people who do perform good for the general population. They deserve to be rewarded.
Yeah, I've only read fragments of Aristotle, but he seems very wise, very I resonate with that man.
He is. He's the most popular European figure for a reason. I mean, he ranks even above Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is number 2, Aristotle number 1, and there's good reason for that.
I have this quote from him, and I really love this one. Do not spoil what you have by desiring what you have not. Remember that what you have now was only once among things you only hoped for.
That's brilliant. That is. I never heard that one. That's great. I should hear it more, because too much of my time has been spent regretting and angry about things.
Actually, I was wrong. That was I'm going to mispronounce this. Epicurus.
He's good too.
Yeah, so that's not to
Epicurus. Yeah, he's good too.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, this is very underrated and misrepresented philosophy. Thomas Jefferson was an Epicurean, but that's besides the point. But Epicureanism is frequently misunderstood as, kind of trivial hedonism, and that's not what it was about. This was about a judicious hierarchizing of pleasure and the use of pleasure. And he considered contemplation, or I guess philosophizing, to be the highest pleasure. So it wasn't about just this debauchery at all. And it was also a forerunner of empiricism. Is that it was very much against superstition and backwards tradition and bizarre speculation. Tried to trace everything to physical causes. They were the ones who coined the term the atom, for example. They wanted to make that, consider that the smallest unit of analysis.
Yeah, I must read more Greek philosophy. I'm sort of like they, they really recommend Nietzsche in these circles, but um, well, yeah,
Well, Nietzsche's brilliant, but I think that he's problematic too, for reasons.
there's a very like genuinely based and dreadful quote from King Polydorus of Sparta. Adopt your enemy's culture and you've been defeated. Adopt their religion and you're enslaved. Breed with your enemy and you've been utterly destroyed. And
Wow.
I can't disagree with that really at all. I mean, if you wanted to be a
Right.
bit of an arsehole, you could say like you could in theory like maintain your homeostasis, but adopt like another religion. It would be less authentic, but you'd survive. But yeah, obviously the Spartans were probably some of the best warriors who ever lived. Really,
Yeah, I think it was them who told that great story of uh, about how I think it was the Athenians who gave them this whole list of penalties, litany of penalties that they would exact against them if they won the war, and the Spartans send back a one-word message: if. And that's Laconia was, and so that's where the word laconic comes from.
yeah, I like that word. Like, I really can I just say like I really dislike how Hollywood and that group take not just fables but like genuine like heroes and sort of warrior casts and cultures and great men and just turn them into these like um these Marvel like cape shit films. Having said that, I did quite enjoy 300. That was one of the better ones. Ridiculous as that it was.
Was that a Greek war or something?
300 was it was when I think is loosely or at least partly based on reality where the Spartans they say I think 300 or thereabouts made where was it now? It was at a point a narrowing where they held off the Persian hordes before the Athenians came to aid them. But the 300 is like it's with there's loads of memes about it. It's a very violent film. It's very popular. Um, it's absurd, but it's one of the better ones. But
Oh,
I don't
check it
like.
out.
Sorry.
I wanted to come back to Nietzsche for a second since you brought
No,
him
go
up.
ahead.
I think that I think he's basically toxic. Is one of the big problems with Nietzsche, and I also don't like uh, his perspective. You never hear Nietzsche talking about uh, the benefits and advantages of feminine qualities, cooperation, uh, reflection, and caring. So it's always about these like just big, strong men who are brutish and undaunted no matter what. And it's like it's really almost a gay perspective that he has. It is I, I and I mean, the poet literally says that he admires. Not surprisingly, he admires Africans because they're just done with problems right away. That's not the model. That's not the model for European masculinity. Um, so and I could go on, but I'm not the biggest fan of Nietzsche, even though I've read all his books. Uh, there's a lot to be gotten out of it, and Heidegger himself was he did the same thing as Marx did with Adam Smith. That he kind of like he didn't turn Nietzsche on his head, but you can tell in certain passages of Heidegger that he's actually just like unfolding Nietzsche in a different kind of neat Heideggerian way. and with good reason. You can see how and why he respected Nietzsche as an anti-modernist, someone in his own way who was, yeah, taking the hermeneutic turn, the postmodern turn.
You see this kind of like this sort of Faustianism, these sort of like heroic figures and sort of restrained but very masculine men, and like this the promotion of like warrior culture amongst a lot of right wing people. And I can really understand where they're coming from in a way, and I can understand that they're essentially saying for men to be quite frankly behave like proper men, really, in many ways. But it's you've got to be careful with that avenue where it's like we're not spearing sort of mammoths anymore, and we're in quite frankly a non-linear war, let's say, and we have to a lot of our people. I remember Jonathan Bowden saying our people are very strong, but it's really physically but mentally that's what we have to cultivate. Mentally is what we have to really strengthen, I think.
Well said, but I think that that psychological comes about from the security of our group bounds being in order, and that's when we can sort out individually. But I definitely agree that uh, there's certain things that yes, a man should act like a man. I mean, I don't even feel comfortable with the effeminacy of Richard Spencer, or let alone Greg Johnson. But there's really too much of this. Oh, our men have been feminized and blah blah blah. I don't think, and in the circumstance, it's required that we not not be quite so directly assertive. We'd be led into that sort of this situation of universal maturity. The last thing we want to do is to have is to Whiggerize white kids, to have them emulating, because you're not going to out macho blacks. You're going to try to be more masculine than them. You're going to wind up looking foolish, and you shouldn't
Being
try.
savage as them, if I can say that on YouTube. I mean, yeah. I mean, a lot of that is genetic. Some of it's environmental, but
Well, they have more testosterone, and they were selected for that in their primordial circumstances to really kind of quantify the maxed out masculinity, and it's not, and obviously it's not exactly good. Um, their lack of sublimation and reflection is not optimal, whereas our kind of masculinity is. It's the fact that we don't just go ooga booga and act like quote men, with supreme confidence and not reflecting about what we're doing, not thinking about what we're doing, is why we're creative and we create a better society. Why we're inventive. So yeah, you want to be masculine, but you don't want to be ridiculous. You don't want to act like sort of act like the brothers or something. Which is what we're, in a sense, this what is it, neo masculinity, or this stuff, this popular stuff that's circulating in the right in the manosphere. It's prone to is telling these guys that they should try to act like like blacks and like is it like R selectors and this is not our nature. Again, we're not. I'm not saying. Yes, it's true that one of the problems is that we've been too self-transcendent. We need to be more assertive. But what being a man now is more. What manning up now is about reestablishing our borders and boundaries, not about just going out and trying to act like more of a black than a black, which is what puerile girls in this circumstance would almost have you do. It's like, oh, you're so.
Just quickly about testosterone, so I think it's important to mention when if your wife has a child, when you become a father, your testosterone decreases. You actually become not more womanly. That's not right, but you become more like caring and more like a guardian.
Really good.
But this is related, but not quite. Is that testosterone levels in the West have dropped, and a lot of it is because of xenoestrogens, things that mimic estrogen from plastics. A lot of them have been banned, but unfortunately, they've had a lasting impact, or they're even epigenetic, so they pass on through genes. We we kind of shot ourselves on the foot there, really, with the invention of plastic. And the problem is, it's everywhere. It's like it's like one thing. If I had a lot of money now, one thing I'd fund is something with the properties of plastic, but without the toxicity and from nature. In other words, so imagine like you go into a supermarket or a deli, you've got your vacuum packed, transparent fish or meat, but it's not plastic. It's say, I don't know, something from wood pulp or whatever it might be. Because it might sound like it's not just an environmentalist point of view. It's actually impacting us and our men as well. Because it is broadly true that our men in the West are not, on average, as masculine as they should be. If you look at a lot of old pictures, World War II, World War I, even before, when you look at men, they look more blokish. They look like men, quite frankly.
I believe it, and it's that's why I'm so glad to be talking with you. It's like you're thinking in terms of in these ecological terms. It's really it's right in sync with what I'm hoping for of this platform.
Because one thing we want to blend is not just homeostasis, but really at least a degree of sort of equilibrium with nature, or something.
That's right. It's not, as I've said, it's not only our human ecology. It's a pervasive ecology that we're involved with. And go on.
No, I was just going to say, I don't eat at McDonald's, because I don't particularly like the food, but I learned about what's in a lot of this food, but how much of the Amazonian rainforest they chop down for slash and burn. It's called for cattle farming.
It's terrible.
It's a problem because of the amount of oxygen that the Amazonian rainforest produces, but
The
also
world's lungs.
ecology and also the native Amazonian tribes
Yeah.
who are quite a precious group, actually. Broadly speaking, I think they're definitely worth maintaining. So, in other words, it's like we're sort of growing like an ethnic group, and really our own breeding mechanisms. this is how deranged and idiotic that the modern world is. For cheap meat and for really quite revolting food. This is where
it's like we don't want to prove what's her name right when she called it white people cancer. What was it? Was that the lady's name?
An American politician, was it?
No, it was a Jewish lady. What was her name?
But not Barbara Spector. No.
No. Someone it was equally as infamous at the time. Hold on, I'll Google it.
It's unfair because a lot of ecological projects and protectionism
That's true
is
too.
done by us. Uh, a lot of they don't talk about it, but a lot of the environmental laws and ethos came from Nazi Germany. It actually came from essentially National Socialist ideology about.
Yeah, they had some of that, but
It's not maybe some of it's overblown, but sort of really, to at least to some degree, protecting the natural environment and those within it, of course.
yeah, but I don't want to. It's not like other people can't think of that too. I don't want to.
Of course. I'm just saying.
The hell was this lady's name?
Was she,
White people are cancer. Normally, I would remember it.
did she get lampooned for that? Or?
No, because at the time she was saying it, this was it's not long after World War II, so nobody could say anything to them. Susan.
Not Sontag. It was a feminist.
Sontag, yeah, that's it.
Oh,
Susan.
Sorry.
Yeah, Susan Sontag, that's it.
Yes, and then she's like this really like butch woman, isn't she? She's not this like she's really quite big and hefty, isn't she? Or I recall correctly.
I don't know. I remember her, having dark hair. I didn't see her body. Dark hair, striking features.
But actually,
I remember her being like almost kind of good looking. Unfortunately,
you know what? It doesn't matter what she looks like on the outside because
no, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. It makes it worse. It makes it worse.
I'm not sure I asked you. Just on this is come to my head. Do you remember the phrase and the stickers? It's okay to be white. Do you remember that?
Yeah, of course.
Do you like that type of thing, or how do you feel about that sort of style?
It's fun. The idea that and related idea of the mantra. You're just saying that because I'm white. I find it's not as effective as it's being made out to be. Because the first time I tried it, it's like, oh, so you're white, are you? It's like it's not. It's not like the slam dunk that it's being presented as.
No, I know. I just thought, in a way, it was mad, like, not mad, I suppose, but very cold and calculated. Like, the fact that anyone could really say in, like, a newspaper article or on an online article that it's not okay to be white. You should feel guilty. You're the problem.
Yeah, I think it's quite innocuous, but people react to the word white the way. See, I did it back in the day against the word left. I suppose just it's automatic. I wore my 14 words jacket to local bar. We must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. And this one woman comes up to me and she's horrified. White children? For white children? And it's like I wanted to. In retrospect, I would have liked to said, yeah, as in not the color of, yeah. But then at the same time, there was I got this beaming smile from this blonde woman. It's like my savior, beautiful.
You take them to a wheat field and do like a photographic series of.
I did. I put flowers in her hair. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
This other guy give you a big slap on the shoulder. Big strapping guy, and some people really.
Was that in Poland? You did that, or in America?
In Poland.
Oh yeah, because in America,
and people coming up to me. This guy's giving me hugs, like, hey. and and yeah, so it's really cool. I got to fix that jacket. It kind of like
I remember the post on majority rights. I tell you what,
that's the jacket. That's the jacket.
you've got some stones there. I'm not sure if I'd do that. I would not. I'd want to know serious martial arts. Really,
No, no. Here it's only a problem with those who buy into who think that it's associated with Nazism. I did have one guy was put up to that, uh, coming after me. You can't say that here. It's like, and then the at the same bar the bouncer was saying, "Where's your swastika?" I was like, "No, no, no, no." And unfortunately, it is, it can be associated with that. But I came to it through Metzger. It was always clear to say he didn't say 1488. He never said it. He said 1405.
Yeah, the 14 isn't, the 88 is, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
H, isn't it? Yeah.
but they'll always try. The Hitler people and the kosher people alike will both try to associate it with the 88. So that makes it hard. People don't. It's hard to explain to them. Look, I was I came to this through Metzger, and he never would say. He would always leave. They're not going to hear that. He would never say the 88.
When people Google this, what do they see?
Yeah. Oh well. And fond as I am of David Lane, he was, that's where it comes from, and he did do 1488, so it's whatever.
You can. It's important. Obviously, it's not important. It's imperative. But you can have a bit of fun with these things. You can sort of enjoy it a little bit.
Yeah, well, it's fun. I've heard funny jokes. They have Section 88 housing. We need Section 88. They have Section 8 housing. We need Section 88 housing. There are jokes.
Yeah. I'm guessing, in fact, probably more so than Britain. In Poland, I'm assuming you publicly don't want to get called a Nazi. That's going to be bad news for you, I guess.
Yeah, for me, I never worry about it because.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
I'm so not that it's like anybody accused.
In general, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in general, yeah, but I don't. There's not going to. Contrary to what some people believe, there isn't much. There isn't. There aren't too many Nazis in Poland.
Probably for good reason, I guess.
You will find people who say that Hitler was right, but they mean in a limited sense, I suppose. Because
do you happen to think you may have equivalents of the Azov battalion where they're kind of, I don't know if they're fully Hitlerian, or they don't think Slavs are degenerate or whatever. But, you have almost equivalents, sort of rough equivalent.
Maybe not quite. I don't think.
Very small and very niche, but
yeah, it wouldn't be as much as in Ukraine. No.
A lot of people talk about how Central and Eastern Europe is really, they're going to be they're all right. They're going to be fine with promoting nationalism. It's really Northern and Western Europe, which is you're going to have a lot more trouble.
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense though. I mean, because Poland was put through such hell and for its nationalism that, and it fought for it for 123 years. That it's not going to be as quick to give it up as other nations, though it's vulnerable and it's under attack, and there are. It's not perfectly immune either. But it does have that. It does have that. That logical grounding where it's hard. It's hard to. It's hard to attack it as Nazi, and it's hard to attack it as it's when it was mostly pretty much the victims of it. I mean,
Yeah,
though they will be called not, they can be called anti-Semitic, I suppose, but they can't be called to call them Nazis would be inaccurate, and to punish them, yeah, I mean,
do you think that?
when you attack Polish nationalism, you're sort of taking the side of the Soviets and the Nazis, which is not a side that even liberals want to approach. So
No,
it's hard to criticize Polish nationalism. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why I came here. It's for that uh, those logistics. Um,
another thing is they haven't. I don't. I'm not sure the exact level of immigration, but unlike here, thankfully they haven't had mass immigration, have they? They've more or less maintained their borders. I
More
hope.
or less, yeah. There's you know some straggling, some infiltration here and there, unfortunately, but it's not mass. No,
Do you think there's much to the? I don't know how true it is that Central and Eastern Europeans are more genetically ethnocentric and guarded and conservative. Do you think there's much truth to that?
no. I hope so. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't. I think it's more just circumstances that have they were the Iron Curtain had the irony of protecting them, and the oppression brought them together as outside antagonism would. I don't. Yeah, no, I don't think that they're more ethnocentric than other Europeans.
So I've always wondered about that, and I'm trying to, whenever I meet these people, I try and not probe, but I try and like gauge it in a way, like, well, how do you feel about this? Or like, if I notice like behavior and if I can see that they're more kind of tight or something.
But I'll say this: it's when I first came here, I had the impression growing up in America that um, a homogeneous nation was just impossible, and the thought of a city like I live in, Poznan, that just wasn't replete with blacks and others was it was inconceivable to me. Um, and the fact that it would hold up for these 20 years, 25 years since I first saw the place, also, I wouldn't have. Well, that surprises me too, but it has.
How is it that they can all just die of their own awful homogeneity? I mean, come on.
The thing is, one of the things that I've come to that's key is the issue of citizenship. Um, by control of citizenship, you can control the maintenance of your biology. Even if there were to be more people passing through, uh, you know, non-natives, as long as you don't give them citizenship, um, you're you've got a good fighting chance to maintain yourself.
Yeah, because they've got to shuffle themselves on. I mean, this is one of the pandemics not right, but one of the problems of America, isn't it? Where you just get in the border and you're probably going to be all right, given citizenship. the sanctuary cities, is it? You know about
Yeah,
that.
and the fact that it's not it's become a civic nationalist nation anyway, even if it wasn't exactly supposed to be to begin with. And so, yeah, and then you get over the border and you have a kid, and then it's automatically an American citizen. Yeah, it's a
This,
disaster.
you know, in Hollywood, where I need to write about this or think about it more in depth. But there's you know, when like in Hollywood films or in anime films where they have Americans involved, where they're like there's always like the black character, and there's like maybe kind of a few Orientals and a white character and then like a few Hispanics. Like they always promote this like kind of multiculti sort of view, and it's everywhere. It's almost like this sort of it's like it's not just what they promote, but what they say that can only be and will be in the future, and it's really quite evil actually when I think about it. Um, and there should be a word for this because you see it everywhere. You see it in Britain now as well, and on the television. It would
You're
be
talking about,
it
go on.
would be appalling to just have say like just Scottish people in Scotland, you know, or whatever.
Oh, you mean the token black?
No, not just that, but the token, everything. The token,
Yeah,
like I don't. Some of it's perhaps just political correctness. Some of it's perhaps just pandering to a more, I guess, like generally more multiracial viewership. But there is this kind of
yeah.
American
Social engineering. Yeah,
yeah, social engineering. This kind of this multiracial kind of social engineering. You see this in corporate art, and if you notice that there's a word for it, I forget what it is. You know, this it's like it's really flat. It's like 2D, and it's not very detailed. It's normally block colors and block shapes. This corporate art, and it's nearly always like very multiracial, and like the message is like this is what is good, and this is what will be. And if you're against it, you're against us. You're against
yeah.
BlackRock and Vanguard, and we're gonna get you, fucker.
Maybe it's a sorry if this is digressing a bit, but it's kind of related. It's on the topic of what's spooky is I revisited this woman named Kathleen Ballou, this I guess historian quote from the University of Chicago was doing was writing about the alternative right and the militia movements and the uh, uh, white nationalist groups like the Order, and lone wolves from Louis Beam and Tom Metzger and so on. Uh, her, she, to me, this woman is evil in her misconception of what it is like to be a white guy in America, and her absolute nonsensical, I mean, just totally out there conviction that black people continue to be oppressed in America, and it's so the opposite of the truth. I mean, it's like a feudalistic system with two different laws where blacks are, not even prosecuted, or unless they do just like totally. They're absolutely caught red-handed in murder. They're just treated with kid gloves, and they're given welfare for life, and so that they don't have to struggle to survive. They can just be concerned with the important matters of their lives, and if they do have to work, it's with government jobs that have these terrific benefits that go along with them. They make, really well-paying jobs that have a lot of security about them. Um, I'm flabbergasted by this woman. And the greatest evil is racism and white supremacism and white power. And it's like, I don't know what the hell she's talking about. Bizarre.
And yet this is what will be promoted to your young sort of university student who really doesn't know that much about the world and about their own people or whatever, and they'll go,
Yeah. And she, I was watching the stream with her. She's this beautiful woman. She's talking to this other really, really fine woman, and it's like
nice, yeah.
Kathleen Ballou.
Kathleen Ballou specializes in the recent history of the United States, examining the long aftermath of warfare. Her first book, Bring the War Home, The White Power Movement and Paramilitary America, 2018, explores how white power activists wrought a cohesive social movement through a common story about the Vietnam War and its weapons, uniforms, and technologies.
You know what's screwed up about what she's doing, because it's clear what she's doing. It's like what Metzger and Louis Beam were trying to do with their concept of the lone wolf was find a way to pursue activism without getting roped into a group and RICO prosecution. And Kathleen Ballou is obviously trying to undo that and to show that, oh yes, they are all part of a conspiracy and a group with observable connections. And so she wants to make it so that white advocates can be drawn into association with criminal acts and taken down by a RICO law. RICO law is a and I think it was Giuliani who launched that concept against the mafia, which is like they're having trouble prosecuting the mafia, so they found a way to establish by law that this person is associated with that murder, whether it was by their hand or not, because they're part of the same group, and so that they could be put in jail. And so I think what Kathleen Ballou is trying to do is saying that do that to white people, saying that if you're part of a group and somebody of your group does something, that you're going to be liable as well, which is really horrible.
See, one thing that strikes me as odd about that, conflictory, if that's the word, isn't that guilt by association? Isn't that that's within the law system, isn't it? That you're not guilty by association. You have to be proven guilty.
Well, I mean, with RICO laws, you can be if you're shown to be part of a group, you can be held liable somehow. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I mean, this is what the law in courts are so rigged. Sam Dixon talks about that, and that part I agree with him very much. It's like, if you're, the only advice to white people in America is just do whatever you can to stay out of court, because you're going to get screwed. They'll find a way to screw you. The law schools are half them, the kosher folks, that is, and the same goes with the judges. So you're
I think you might be able to get out of it if you can afford a very high quality lawyer, which of course most people can't.
You might, and then you might not.
Yeah.
Listen, Kevin McDonald has put Sam Dixon's recent talk about that. I think it might be it might even still be the most recent video that he has up there. It's like saying, he's like, forget it. America's gone. And that's how forlorn he is about the whole thing. And he's a lawyer, Sam Dixon. So he knows the courts and how's going. He's talking about these guys in Georgia who tried to do a citizen's arrest on the guy who was supposedly jogging. Remember that one? The jogger took the gun from them.
Oh, there's so many.
They've gone to jail for life. And these guys were one of them was a former law officer, so they knew the procedure. And they were trying to do a citizen's arrest on this guy who had burgled houses in the neighborhood before, was on camera traipsing around another house that was being built, and then they shot him when he was trying to take the gun from him. I mean, if someone's trying to take the gun from your hands, I think that there's a valid grounds for defense there, that you got to shoot him, because what's he going to do if he gets the gun? You don't know. At any rate, life imprisonment, it just goes to how crazy it's gotten. And it happened because he's white. That's why he got it. I'm not big in favor of guys who are all about guns. Not much good can come out of it. If you're just better off staying out of situations where you would need to have a gun, far away from anything like that.
Yeah, it's a complicated topic, that, isn't it? It's my understanding.
Even if you win, if you defend yourself, you shoot the guy, you're going to be in a world of legal trouble.
Yeah, I mean, the founding fathers, they promoted that not only to ward off Native Americans, but I think the idea actually was, excuse me, citizenry to ward off against
It's understandable, yeah. To arm the citizens against despots. Yeah, I mean, I think the arguments for guns are. I mean, I'm not against guns either. I mean, we're the three major arguments. Criminals are going to get the guns anyway. Guns don't kill, people do, and Smith and Wesson created all men equal. So it's like you got a little, or women too. I mean, you got a little woman and she has her gun. What does it matter if some hulking male comes at her who's 10 times her size? That's in a way so these are good things about guns, but it's really it's like pretty much the same principle with fighting. There's a lot of these neo-masculites saying, oh yeah, you shouldn't take that shit from them. It's even if you get into like a fist fight with people, America's so liturgical. It's just not, even if you win, what if you hurt them? You really could be subject to a lawsuit. It's just, you're better off getting away from the situation.
Yeah, there's
improving your masculinity.
there's a stat where like quite a few people are killed by their own pistol. Normally, they carry their own firearm, which is
That's another thing. Yeah.
and I do disagree where people have shot burglars, whether they're violent or not, on their property. Whether there's clear intent to break in and steal. I just think you can argue it's more extreme, but I think at the end of the day, it's like if you break into someone's house, unless you're sort of starving or something, quite frankly, you deserve what you get, really.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I suppose. And you don't know really. You might not know if they have a gun or not, or they're gonna kill you or something. Um, yeah, I don't have a great deal of sympathy for them.
It's weird. Like in Switzerland, they have quite a high gun ownership, but quite a low sort of firearm homicide.
Exactly. Yeah, they're very competent handling of the issue.
And of course, I dare say that the fact that they are more homogenous helps. To be honest.
Yeah, an intelligent population, and they're all trained in the proper use of firearms, and they'll have to have guns. I think it's by law that you have to have a gun as an adult Swiss citizen. Um, I heard some statistic. I don't know how true it is or not, that if you took the black side of America, that the amount of gun violence would be the same as Switzerland. If that's remotely true, it's an astonishing. That'd be an astonishing fact.
Yeah, that is. I'd have to fact check that, but yeah, the Swiss they got it right. They had all these bunkers as well. They have a huge number of bunkers, which is quite interesting.
They're doing a lot of things right. It seems. I don't think it's a perfect society. I know people live there and they have their complaints, but it's
Well, has there ever been a perfect society?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'd rather be in Switzerland than in sort of Detroit.
Detroit.
It's sad. It used to be, a nice kind of mostly white place. Car manufacturing. Yeah.
You see pictures of it in the early 50s. Yeah, it's quite something. See Henry Ford's office before and after.
Henry Ford just like casually sort of, hand signing the internet copies of the international.
Yeah. And what was the name of the newspaper? Was it the Dearborn Independent?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. He did have his own newspaper, didn't he?
Yeah. And giving free copies of the protocols of the elders of Zion.
About that, whether it was written by anti-Semites or not, or whether it was written by them, a lot of that stuff has come true and is coming through, so it's legitimate as far as I'm concerned.
If you haven't heard it, you got to hear a hysterical song by is Kyle Klug? Something Klug. It's the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Hysterical. It's such clever lyrics about that song.
Klug, yeah, I don't think I've heard of him. No.
I'll see if I can find it. Give it a link. I can't play it, obviously, for multiple reasons.
I need to do a reverse image search and find out the artist of this picture. This cat playing this assumedly traditional Japanese instrument. So with a lot of things, you have to be quite careful, like copyright laws on YouTube, don't you? You're getting strikes.
Yeah, that's the main reason it can't be played, but also it's just it's not coming up right away. It's on DNA Nations and the musical.
No worries, I'll look it up.
The answer to the answer. Yeah.
There was actually an interview in New York, and I mostly look like mostly a black district. I don't know if it was Harlem, where there was this quite I don't know if they're sort of middle class, lower class blacks, but they were talking quite eloquently about the Jewish community and the protocol.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen that one?
Yeah.
And
that was defamation. He was interviewing the blacks about that.
Right, I can't remember, but I remember seeing it years ago. It was when I was becoming more aware of this stuff and interested. And
yeah, the defamation. The guy did. What was his name?
I remember they were saying, like, you know, I think they were mostly talking about the Orthodox ones primarily, but maybe some of the non-Orthodox as well. But how they always seem to acquire community or sort of government benefits, but only for their group. You know, and this type of thing. That they were on. It seems like they were on top of the sort of diversity list. You know,
the progressive stack. Yeah, on the top of the progressive stack.
I mean, isn't it supposed to be equal? Isn't it supposed to be fair? Isn't this supposed to be like a colorblind, culture blind thing? And
then when you know, the critique of the leftist critique of the elites come back to haunt them and does its intersectionality thing with them suddenly, then that's when the left became the bogeyman for everybody. Because before 2008, you didn't hear that. People criticizing the left as the enemy.
It's interesting.
It was always liberals and political correctness that was the problem, but not really the left.
Do you see PC culture lasting? Do you think it has staying power?
Well, I mean, yes, because I mean, what it is that where it begins with, it's like what I would call a unionization of these three groups to begin with, in coalition against whites. That would be blacks, feminists, and gays. And then you add others as time goes on. That's the politically correct, original political correct coalition. And so these pretty much will always be, well, the blacks will always remain as a group, obviously, and they'll be a handy ally for anti-whites, and feminists, I suppose, those women with a chip on their shoulder, and those women who are not really European.
Have you noticed how there's a slight there's a slight combat between feminists and the LGBT community, where, particularly with regards to transgenderism and
Oh, you mean the TERFs? Yeah.
men going into women's bathrooms, and a lot of feminists saying like, "Hang on a minute, this isn't what we signed up for." That's quite interesting.
Well, I don't know. Actually, for me, it's a diversion. It's um, I hate to contradict you, but I don't find that one too interesting. But it is. I mean, I certainly side with women who are against the transgender imposition, and the gays who are against it as well. Um, it's ridiculous, but I just think that issue is trotted out as kind of like a clown show diversion.
Oh no, you haven't contradicted me. I agree with you. Actually, you're correct. It's a bit, as you talked about homosexuality as well. That's
Yeah, I prefer exactly. I just people make too much of it.
the big one is boundaries, immigration, all the rest of it.
Absolutely.
But it is. I do think not too much attention, just a little bit of attention and detail should be investigated there.
Yeah, I mean, people should be able to be critical of it, but and it's true that as a part of this PC coalition, it's that cause has been taken up to as and weaponized, but yeah, I mean, beyond a certain amount of critique and prohibiting indoctrination of kids and pedophilia, and okay, not allowing flamboyant sexually explicit parades and whatnot. These right wingers are they make too much of an issue about it. E. Michael Jones is a classic example. It's like, the hell are you talking about? Putin is fighting against global homo from the gay disco from the West. Come on. Is it really? I have to go out of my way to see gays, and of course I don't. I just really, I mean, this is way down.
But then again, I suppose if you put yourself in his shoes, who doesn't care about ethnicity and us, in a way, like, for that issue for him is important. It is almost like inflated. You know what I mean? Like, it is that big in his own mind, perhaps. Whereas to us, it's like,
yeah, and I guess he's involved with a lot of priests too, who would probably be
they disavow that type of behavior. They are not,
and they probably would be attracting ranks of. They probably would be a lot of guys who are very least latent, I suppose, going into the priesthood. So
possibly. Has he been deplatformed, or does he still have his YouTube channel? I must check that out.
No, I don't think he does. I don't think he does have his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that matters anymore. People are going on to Odyssey and
yeah, I feel like a bit of a boomer tech here, sort of just hanging out on YouTube, and then like surprised when there's no one here virtually.
Well, I like the discipline of having to talk in a way that is kind of that will fly even in legacy mainstream.
Yes, and I like that as well. Like, occasionally I swear, not too much, but I'm careful with my words. I'm not just like if we were having this chat privately, particularly in real life, I'd be a little bit more spicy.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to use the N word and speak more forcibly about them. Uh, but, and I think that I should be able to. I think that I should have the free speech to do that. I think it's important to other people who've been overly samed because there are important. It's important to make that distinction because these are very important distinctions to make. I mean, would you tell a goldfish not to discriminate against piranha? I mean, this is like death to people. To tell them that they're that it's only a matter of skin tone, that they're the same as us and whatnot. But I'm one to forego that in order to make the major points.
Well, you could argue that, and I'm not saying this is me per se, but you could argue that a sort of more masculine perspective would be restraint, would be sort of a bit of thoughtfulness, a bit of mindfulness, a bit of not Machiavellianism, but you know what I mean, a bit of sort of discretion and maybe a little bit of cunning as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, there should be both kinds. There should be people who are. We need people who are who conduct themselves with the confidence and the poise, so they don't get all emotional about it. That's good, and they're very rational in their handling of the issues. However, there also should be. I mean, I think that there needs to be people signaling the level of indignation that is appropriate for this imposition. I mean, what the trade-off? I'm sorry, it's just not. It's not remotely worth it. I mean, and it is a pattern, so the patterns have to be captured and dealt with in and handled in such a way so that the benign exceptions aren't held up as reason to suspend disbelief in the hazard that's there. And epithets, perhaps judiciously used, would sort of mark that territory, mark the pattern of difference in a way that sometimes polite and rational conversation, the kind of self-transcendence that we are prone to doesn't do. And I think it's I originally came across this distinction from Hegel. We talked about between self-transcendence and self-assertion, and I immediately thought, immediately seemed to me that self-transcendence is that Europeans men need more self-assertion, and using epithets and that sort of thing is one way of doing it, one way of expressing it. Now, you should not, of course, do it in a situation where you're going to get yourself in trouble or in danger for any reason. Uh, uh, and it can be quite dangerous because when it comes to dealing with the homies, trying to assert yourself, that's where you can that's where you could really get yourself into a problem because they're good at asserting themselves in response.
Even
You got to be
with
careful.
your own group as well, really, who are not on your page. Also,
Yeah, but that's for a different reason. That's not because they're good at self assertion the way the blacks are. That's because they are self transcendent. They're freaked out, by they're indignant at your violating that rule.
it's a fine line, isn't it? I tend to be I try and take the sort of more noble path, and because a lot of liberals will say like, well, you just don't like X skin colored people or whatever, and they'll sort of allude to how people around the world are more or less the same, or how they're broadly speaking good, which is more or less true, more or less. But of course, it's like it's not about that. It's not. I'm not anti them. I'm pro us. But being
Yeah, I
pro
understand, and there needs to be people doing what you're doing and making that argument. That's
pro
true.
us means that you naturally discriminate, at least to some degree. It doesn't mean that you need to denigrate anyone or disrespect them, but you say that you are a different ethnic group. We are, and that we wish to remain separate, and that's it, really, essentially.
Well, no, well, yeah, and there does need like I said, there does need to be do that. We do need people, advocates who are doing that, and exactly to show that we are rational actors and that we're not crazy reactionaries. Um, but as I said, I think that also there needs to there needs to be a kind and a place for people who are um, using epithets and profanity um, in order to uh, animate the, uh, the degree of horror to which European peoples are being subject to. Uh, because it is, it can be in certain circumstances that have been, and it's like a science fiction nightmare, and so mm, when you use for me when I heard people using epithets, I'm thinking, I feel a great sense of relief. Like, man, this person really knows the score. They really know how bad it is.
Yeah, there's a certain kind of realism to it. It's one of the reasons why I quite like the kill stream, because unless they've started doing it, they don't upload them. Like, in other words, you can basically, unless you're like a complete moron or whatever, you can more or less kind of say what you like, because it doesn't matter, even though it's on YouTube, it doesn't get uploaded, it's just the live stream.
Yeah, Norvin does that.
And it's kind of what you were alluding to, like, you kind of get that piss and vinegar and that sort of like well, fuck it kind of thing, like mentality, and it is fresh and exhilarating to a degree. Yeah,
And
no,
you know that these people are basically on your side, and they're not they're not pussies. That they and they don't really they don't care what some liberal thinks of them. But yeah, like I said, need both kinds and both and
but also
there's a time and a place for it,
yeah,
and you have to be careful. You really do.
discretion. There's another, like, you wouldn't want like a sort of like someone like Richard Spencer to come out as like and promote like male chauvinism, and you sort of like mouthing off at work, and like you just lose like a really good career or a half decent job or something, you know.
Right. Or and again, be careful around blacks because really asserting not just that asserting yourself in any way with blacks is going to be a real challenge. Uh, and so I mean that's where I always like I'm I'm concerned with white guys who take them lightly and really in terms of streetwise things you've got to be careful. Um,
Yeah, I mean, it might be different if you're very competent at martial art or you're just like a real brawler. You know, you can handle yourself maybe, but
some some can, but uh, a lot of white guys are going to get caught up short, and really, the thing is why should you have to get into a physical altercation? Why should you put yourself into a situation where that becomes necessary? Uh,
I need to double check this, but is it part of it is that they're mostly Bantu, which is this particular kind of warrior sort of expansionism.
yeah, they have the warrior gene. That's
But
right.
Bantu, like these, I didn't realize, kind of ignorant, but like Africa was actually quite ethnically diverse. It isn't just like, one group or two groups, whatever. But a lot of it, my understanding was like the Bantu took over a lot of it. They sort of hacked and bred and macheted their way through the country and the continent. And
Yeah,
then,
I think that they are the dominant group of the northern part of sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah,
yeah,
and they have the warrior gene. They have more testosterone. They have faster twitching muscle fibers. They have lack of impulse control. They have was it short or long time horizon? I confuse the two. I think it's short time
short
horizon.
time preference that they don't really plan or think of ahead. Short time preference. Yeah.
Right, and so uh, like I said, a lot of these white guys think that they're so smart and everything, and you know, it only takes one
I'm like,
misstep.
you can be too efficient or too smart. It's like, was it the Belgian guy who created plastic? I mean, to be fair, we didn't know the effects of it originally, and also the type of plastic that caused this. But um, you can. There is such a thing as being a victim of your own success. Definitely.
Hubris, yeah, definitely. And that's one thing that I'm frequently irritated by these guys who are all about. Oh, the only problem is the JQ, and you know
Like Patrick was saying.
they're really they think that blacks are so easy to deal with. They're really giving bad advice. Uh,
Yeah. Well, sort of like Patrick was saying. Well, who let them in? Like who cooperated with them? Is there something wrong within us or our elites at the very least? There needs to be more self-reflection. at the very least.
Yeah, and it's like, well, right. A lot of it has to do with our enemies' opening of boundaries and you know, young women getting off on inciting competition and
Are you familiar?
and guys feeling like they it would be you know they wouldn't be manning up if they tried to if they didn't try to take them on in a more direct fashion rather than banding together and well unionizing, as I say.
Yeah, no, I can see where you're coming from. Are you? I can't remember if I talked about it. Are you familiar with Edward Dutton?
Yeah, I'm familiar with him.
He for what's his field? I should know. Well, he sort of talks about this sort of evolutionary science and genetic traits and what is it, R and K selection and this type.
Yeah,
This is really complex, and I do have some issues with sort of evolutionary psychology and science. I'm not entirely convinced it's all true, but there's certainly some of it may be true, or it may be true in a large degree. But what I mean, my point is that we have to be careful. Because a lot of this seems to be, I mean, if it is true, a lot of this is baked into the cake. In other words, it's like we can only do so much if it's really sort of genetic and so on, and if it's like learned behaviour of us being.
well, that's yeah, that's true. But you're kind of like bringing to mind like a criticism of his perspective is um, that yeah, it's baked into the cake. A lot of it is inborn in us. So why are you complaining so much that we're not masculine enough when what he does is then he'll resort to it's like it's all plastics or it's all you know whatever how our masculine traits aren't being somehow selected for or something. um, he really is very much falling into line with the marketing program of the left and pursuing this right wing identity and our identity is one with objective truth kind of thing. Some of the things that he says are kind of true, and others are like this kind of these pedantic tautologies. I'm not as big as a fan.
I didn't think you were, but it's annoying because he's like he's obviously very bright and he should be a man of science, or is officially or ostensibly, and that means you don't have an ego. You look at data, you investigate, and you prove and you trial. It should be like he shouldn't be falling into these sort of ideological traps, really. Although I guess maybe we all do to some degree. But in other words, like people like him should be like within the aptitude that a human can be, really entirely objective. It's like I'm just looking at what we.
Well, that's a very intelligent argument that you make. That's because it is like that. It is. It's good to do science. We need that feedback mechanism of objective pursuit. But he is falling into an ideology. I didn't think of it that way, but that's I would say that's true.
But like, can you imagine like a mathematician saying like algebra was like an internationalist or like left wing meme, and that we can't do it because it's harmful to European civilization, so we have no algebra. Now, I'm I'm a bit dim when it comes to maths, but I'm assuming a lot of stuff wouldn't work if we didn't have algebra, or like trigonometry or whatever. Um, these computers that we're speaking through wouldn't work and so on. It's a bit of a crude analogy. I think you know what I'm sort
No,
of.
no, but yeah, it's good. Um, it's that's the that's kind of analogous to the whole problem is that we as European peoples can't do group advocacy. We can't. We should not deploy hermeneutics and social constructionism and sociology in our interests and so on. Um, as I've been saying, this really should be the calibration of our outlook, uh, our praxis, our relative interests, and objective truths that Dutton is pursuing or purports to be after should provide feedback. Um, but this is subsumed. This is to be gauged for its value against the calibration of our relative interests. Um, whereas he would say that all leftists are always taking leave of reality. Uh, that they're all about just sheer narrative. Um, he's on with the program, with the Gottfried program. Uh,
I was looking at the definition of sociology. Now, what a lot of nationalists would think when they hear that word. And yet, the definition, according to dictionary.com, which is the one I use, is sociology, the science or study of the origin, development, organization, and functioning of human society, the science of the fundamental laws of social relations, institutions, etc. Now, that's a bit of a mouthful, but that is fundamental to how we interact with each other and this realm and this world. That is something we need to understand and not just sort of dismiss as like a left-wing cope or something that we don't deal with because
exactly, and this has been this is part of
crazy.
this is part of the red caping. They don't want they want white people to all believe that it is only a discipline for the kosher charlatans, and that when in fact, put more concisely, sociology takes as its unit of analysis the group and a race as a group. There's no more germane unit of analysis to our concerns than that, the group unit of analysis, not psychology, not 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 even not even biology, but the group. Uh, and our enemies know this, and they've got all these right wingers saying, "Oh, especially guest worker was terrible. It was a nightmare in this way." Oh, sociology, that like it's just this like Marxist Jewish thing. Um, so stupid. I'm sorry, but this was so dumb of him to take that attitude. It's like saying a telescope a telescope is bad, but a microscope is good. And it's just sometimes you want a microscope, but for the most part, I mean, the most central worldview that we need to be concerned with is the group unit of analysis. that's anti-racism is against groups. A race is a group.
Yeah, I mean, it took me a while to sort of appreciate where you were coming from, but I mean, the liberal critique of you would be like, you're in essence you're supporting the group and not the rights of the individual. That would be like the liberal worldview and the liberal critique of
Well, they would try to say that, yeah, but that's of course
a shitty critique, but it would be the one they would make.
well, they would try that. They would try to say that I'm a collectivist, I suppose, but no, that's I mean, group boundaries are the way that individual development is in the lifespan is protected. You're not going to have the same capabilities as a child and an older person is not going to have the same abilities to exercise their individual rights that an adult in the prime of life will, and so on. And all parts of the human ecology are going to be functioning in different parts of the human ecology as well, and in some ways expressing different aspects of the historical evolution over time. So, and the individual is, it's born of the group species, and it's both biologically and in terms of narrative. So it's not mutually exclusive, but in fact, individualism is quite interdependent on group viability and homeostasis.
Because to me, I always thought with the liberal worldview, it was always very selfish. In other words, there was a bit subtle about it, but it was essentially like the individual is considerably more important than the group, and even if you have your rights tread on slightly, even if the group has their rights tread on slightly, the main thing is that you retain your individuality and you're not sort of oppressed and this type of thing. But it seems very clear that the regime wants us to be that way, atomized, individualistic, and not at all remotely concerned with really the rights of the group as opposed to the rights of the individual.
Definitely. I mean, this is the problem, is that they've weaponized this idea of liberal individualism, the disembodied individual and individual rights, civil rights, at the expense of delimited group patterns. As I've said, like beginning with John Locke's concept that classifications were a fiction, and then the weaponization of that in the form of, quote, civil rights and anti-racism. I'm trying to be careful here. Yeah, exactly. And it is. I mean, the critics of the liberal tyranny aren't wrong. The water in which we swim. It is, and getting a handle on the means to stand up against it is what we need to do now, and this is what postmodernity proper is meant to do, and the concept of unionization is a highly practical way of putting it to get it into effect. Applying that to uh, the ethno-national cause, making it clear that we're not supremacists, that we're not Nazis, that we're not denying the Holocaust, that we're not advocating violence uh, or exploitation of others, that we uh, merely want to look after our human ecology, and uh, that accountability structured, as it were, we can then coordinate with other responsible peoples in the broad pervasive ecology.
I agree. The term pervasive ecology is, I mean, I need to look that up, but my understanding of it is correct.
What's that?
The term pervasive ecology, I'd have to look it up, but I think how I understand it is the correct term. Um,
I kind of like that's one of the things I can pat myself on the back for. Of I don't think that you would. I don't think that anybody would really find that term much anywhere before me. Uh, and I'm not saying it's again. It's another one of those things that other people could make the same inference, but I've been keen to associate our struggle with that term for decades now. Um,
no,
and ecology is a great underpinning because it's conservative by mechanism, by definition.
and it really, like, I was talking about earlier, if we were on like a radio show, or if we were allowed into the public sphere, which liberal or whatever intellectual, like are they going to come on and say you can't have we can't support this ecology? Like someone from the Green Party.
Well, Conops would try. Spiritual Menzer. I don't know how, but he really tries to. It's amazing.
God,
He would say that I'm being cruel.
He was on the killing the killing stream. The Patrick stream, the killing fields. Yeah, I just see. I don't know I don't know. That guy is just as I use the word a bad actor. I was saying actually to Patrick, his philo-Semitism will not be reciprocated. That's a one-way relationship.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
But whether he realizes that or whether he cares, I don't know. We'll clean them all out. All these people, con-ups, OD, they're all irrelevant, all superfluous. I don't know it.
And with that, I want to see if I can save. I hope that I still have some hours left on my StreamYard, so that next weekend we should be joined by Per Norden from Sweden. And he's a guy like yourself who is very intelligent and on page. So I look forward to that discussion coming about. What?
The
Eternal Swede. No, but no, he's not. He knows what's going on. He really does. It's very good.
No,
he did a he and his partner did a an operation where they tried to call Barbara Lerner Spector at her office. that's an interesting story.
She's still alive. She's like a Sith Lord, just feasting on like adrenochrome and like dark powers. Fucking hell.
Well, we do need her because otherwise we're not going to survive as people, right? Is that what you said? Something like that.
Europe will no longer be the monolithic societies it once had. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
such,
We need her to teach us
just
how to
evil.
negotiate multiculturalism. We're not going to be the monolithic society we once were.
Oh yeah, I won't say what should be done with that lady on this on YouTube.
Well, there is something to be said for the idea that we do have to deal with a multicultural world, and the idea of multiculturalism has been red caped such that people react to it as if we don't want multiculturalism, but we want to be integrated, right, into a monocultural uh, blob. It's kind of like that. So, in a way, um, it's not the we shouldn't be against multiculturalism. We shouldn't want uh, people speaking other languages to come to England and learn to speak English. Encourage them to maintain their native language and not learn English. That sort of thing. Anyway, yeah, no, I mean, I'm defending what you're saying as a sport, not seriously. Okay then, Mirth Baron, thank you very much for talking.
You're welcome.
And be back next weekend and with Per Nord from Sweden.
Looking forward to it.
Great. Bye for now.
Take care.